12 hours of sitting here or more than 8 hours of sitting, but we're not going to play a video of 8 hours. We've cut it down to just a few minutes. And Chris and Tim, I am going to request that we do get that video right now. And then I will request later on Drew to just come and do some bit of additions on what could have been very most interesting for the day yesterday as we get the ball rolling today. So right there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much once again for coming through for the Gender Inclusive Financing and Innovations Expo. And we want to welcome you, Honorable Matia Kasaija. Thank you so much for sparing your time to be with us right here for this expo as we talk about gender inclusive financing. Why gender inclusive financing? Why we need it? And most cases when we're talking about gender inclusive financing, we are talking about the issue, the aspect of women, because there are a lot of issues to deal with when it comes to women, because when you look at 65% of the women in Uganda who have financial accounts, ask how many of those have formal bank accounts, and you will get that percentage going down to as low as 34%.
We are here today for the Gender Inclusive Finance Expo. We are very pleased to let you know that GROW has picked momentum. We have started skilling women in entrepreneurship training after curriculum was developed with the Makerere University Business School. On the 30th of this month, that product was launched. And so we've started training women. So already trained 200 women in Machinde Sabagabo, but we have already received 20,000 applications from women across the country who are expressing interest in learning how to manage and sustain their businesses.
Today is a delightful day, and we are pleased at Private Sector Foundation to have convened in collaboration with the Ministry of Gender and the World Bank this Expo themed Catalyzing Innovation for Gender Inclusive Finance. The Expo, which is part of the broader efforts of the GROW project, seeks to address the persistent barriers to women's access to affordable financing in our country.
This expo is very timely because we are looking at how do we harness technology, how do we harness solutions that are supporting women financing to complement the other components that will be teaching our women on entrepreneurship and profit and all the other aspects related to business enterprises. We cannot overemphasize that Uganda stands tall in Africa in women in business ownership, standing at 40%. So in the whole of Africa, women are the most entrepreneurial.
When women thrive, the nations prosper. You are the mother of nations. We must ask, what financing models truly work for rural women and informal entrepreneurs? How do we support women moving from micro to medium scale? How can we ensure sustainability and formalization without overburdening the small businesses? Together, let us commit to co-creating a financial system that works for all Ugandans, especially for women who have been left behind for far too long.
that's how the day ended yesterday with a beautiful cocktail. Let's give a round of applause to our technical team that had to come up with that video pretty fast, looking at the time that we ended yesterday, but managed to put up something for us. So let me invite Drew to come and just add just a little bit for those who missed up, and then we'll be setting it out for a fireside chat that Serena is going to be moderating. Drew, welcome.
Good morning. I don't know if I'm going to do a very good job following that video, so Chris and team, thank you for that. So really just going to do a 5-minute introduction to, or recap of yesterday, and then an introduction to today and lay it out a little bit. But I think, again, as you saw in some of the clips and the quotes being taken from yesterday and the reframing or restatement of some of Mildred's great comments, we started the day and again, for any of you that weren't here yesterday, the ministers basically reconfirming the commitment and the intentions of working with the World Bank and using the PSFU as a key unit in achieving that is really making women entrepreneurship and access to finance a priority for the government. So I think having the two ministers here yesterday was a fairly strong statement on their part to say they're committed to it, and the GROW program is a big part of that. So I think it was a great reflection of that partnership that's happening. Just from there, we then moved into some really good discussions and learnings around what is the landscape, what is happening, what are some of the financial institutions trying to do, and other organizations like YouWheel, what they're doing today. Because all of what we're really trying to do is build on what's working and modify and adapt the things that could work better. And that's really where we're going to continue to take the conversation. I mean, and then yesterday there was a recap by Ruth and Paul from PSFU, what's been happening in the now 2,500 loans that have gone out and created through the GROW program, and that almost 30% of those were first-time borrowers that had never been able to access capital before. So again, steps forward, and hopefully we're going to be doing much bigger steps forward, but it's great to see where it's already progressing to. And then we started to get into some of the ideas on the innovations and what we're seeing there. And I think we had 5 breakouts. And I think that was a bit of a beginning of a change in how these dialogues work. We're going to continue that today, which is we're going to continue to move towards dialogues, really engaging each other, because that's what's going to make change. And that's going to lead us really into today, building on I think we had 5 yesterday that were kind of topics on innovation. One was alternative credit models and considerations. Another one was on accessing or the capacity to do financing without collateral being the primary decision criteria in doing it. Another was around the role of technical support to the enterprises and how integrated that needs to be to the financing and ways of thinking that going forward. And so that's the kinds of things we'll continue to build on today. So we'll start with, in a few minutes, a panel of 3 individuals that Serena will be effectively interviewing and bringing their thoughts. And these are 3 women that have really been doing some leading work on the whole issue of women empowerment, but women empowerment in particular with the issue of access to finance. So that'll be where we start. But then we're going to really start breaking down to what is the real goal of this. And I think Mildred said it a minute ago, which is this is the beginning of a conversation. Today will not be the end of the conversation. It will be very much the beginning. And that is what this lab is going, you've heard this term about a learning lab, and we're going to get really into that today. You're going to help us start building the lab, both by specifically talking about what it could do, what it should focus on, and how we prioritize. But again, having further discussions on the specific areas that we think are key issues. We'll get into the role of technology and other considerations for how do we drive more capital to women entrepreneurs, given the realities of the market and where they are today. So that's going to be a lot of what your discussion is through the course of the day as we go through it. I think, Mildred, that's about as much of a recap I want to go into. We will actually have one session. You're going to all have to stand and actually engage and be physical. And this will be the kind of the new going forward versions of these things. But we'll also break out and do that in the area just outside. So, Mildred, can I pass it back to you and lead us through? I think we've got a few minutes before we're ready to kick off the next session. So I don't know if if there's anything else you want to recap for today. Other than should I mention that we have rescheduled some of the, you'll note as we go through the day, and you may mention this, we're going to be flipping a couple of the sessions around. They're exactly the ones they are, they're just slightly different times. So if we confuse you a little bit from the written version you had from yesterday and today, hopefully Mildred and the team can help us make sure you know what's actually happening.
All right, let's give a round of applause to Drew, who managed to just wrap up what yesterday looked like and give us a hope for what the day today will be. And like I said, we want to make it more interactive. We don't want you to sit all through the day, but we want us to be as engaged as possible. And we want to start off with the one conversation that I will invite Serena to come through on. And this is about unlocking capital for women entrepreneurs. What the journey has been. There have been barriers. There have been lessons learned. There's been what has been done already. But what more needs to be done? Where are we headed? Do we see light at the end of the tunnel? Or there is a lot more that needs to be changed along the way? And of course, we'll have some people joining us online, but I also want to welcome our online audience. And earlier on, there was a link on the screen. And if you want quite a number of other people to be able to join, that's a link. They can be able to join us online. But we also have some of our panelists coming through. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Serena to take off the very first conversation of the day.
Thank you, Mildred. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad we're sitting close. Thank you, Drew, for a good recap, and those who helped Drew and ours in putting together points. And thanks, Chris and the crew, for a really nice documentary. I think, Alex, we will have to put it on the ministry webpage, right? It was very good. All right. So, good morning. For this session, we have some ground rules. Well, first and foremost, we have a colleague online, Madame Tiaba Kamara Sai. Can we check if she's actually online at the moment? So we can connect her. She's connecting from Senegal, and Senegal is 3 hours behind, and we were supposed to start about an hour ago. So she's been there. I wanted to check if she's hearing us.
Hello, Serena. I'm here.
Good. Do we see you? Also, we're trying to say, there you go. Oh, wow. Thank you, Tiaba. So now I can really start talking about the session, because I want to make sure that you were with us. So this session is about the journey. It's about unlocking capital for women enterprises and how we got here. And it is a fireside chat. We had one yesterday, but it went a little bit too slowly for the standards I want to put into this fireside chat. So we're going to go fast today, and I'll tell you how. So the session is really about exploring the Pan-African evolution in the women enterprises journey, but in assessing mainstreaming capital. So we're here today, and we've been here for a couple of days now. But where have we been, and where are we heading? What have been the systematic barriers that have resulted in really substantial death of capital? What are the changes underway? And most importantly, what still you think needs to be done? What can be addressed? We are lucky to have a program like GROW in Uganda at the moment, which have the enabling environment, which have the instruments, and so we're really looking forward to see, what is it, what examples from banks, investments club, and frontline innovators such as yourself, what and how inclusive finance should look like, starting with inclusive institutions. So here's a little bit about what we're going to talk about in this session. But I wanted to also welcome up here the other, I don't think we want to call them panelists, but just like guests. So please, if Madame Theopista Sekito Ndale could join us up here with a big round of applause. We need to show some up here with us. Yes? I don't have a moving mic, maybe a problem. And then Madame Theopista, thank you so much. Madame Theopista is from representing Global Banking Alliance for Women, and she's the Ugandan ambassador and advisor at Graca Marcel Trust. Thank you, Madame Theopista. You were here with us yesterday as well. We're very glad you're here. And then we have another guest, Madame Nikita Waruguru, who joined us from Kenya. Thank you. Hello? Yes, I like this one. I can move. I think this is good because we can see, and I can moderate from up here. It's very good. And then Madame Nikita is from Argidius Foundation, which is a very well-known player in this game. However, maybe not so famous like others. So we'll ask you about that. And then finally, back to the screen, Tiaba. Tiaba is the founding president of Women Investment Club in Senegal. And that's where, we were talking about having a Pan-African participation to this session. So I will not I have a very good bio for all of you here, but I don't want to go through introducing you with a boring bio. Not that it's boring, but just that we wanted to make it more alive. So through the questions that I will give you, you will have a chance to bring in and wave in your background as you see fit. I think this is that. So the ground rules of the fireside chat. I want to make it fast. You each will have 5 questions to answer, basically. The first session is to you and you only. We try to build it for your personal type of answer. But then there are 3 questions that you each will have to answer. So you'll have 1 to 2 minutes to go through them. And then again, we'll slow down back to having your personalized question. This notwithstanding any other things that may come up, you're welcome to address. So are you ready for this fast start? Is everybody with us? Yeah? So are you ready and focused? Very good. So the first question goes to Theopista. Theopista, this is a discussion regarding women entrepreneurs and access to finance. Where do you come from on this topic? And how has it been to get to here and the part of your journey? Over to you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So when you are here, you are somehow in charge of everything that is happening. And being almost 60, I'm not happy when I'm here and half of the team is on phone. So it's very important that people respect people's time. Sorry to start on that note, but it's just discipline. It's part of growing up. Okay. People call me Mama Teo. Yes. Because I adopted my first child when I was 13 myself. She's a pharmacist, so people keep asking me why. But the most important thing that I need to talk about this morning is I founded most of the programs that are running in different parts of Africa that serve women, especially in the banks. And I also came up with different products, and I played a very big role in the investment clubs. People talk about the invoice discounting, and we redesigned the credit appraisal system when you have to give women money. And even if this meeting does not do anything else, but financial institutions relook at the traditional credit scoring system and redesign a new credit scoring system that is specific to different stratas we can come up with. I'm the African Ambassador for Financial Alliance for Women, and I know that quite a number of people here are joining us in Rwanda. I request that not now, you Google about it, but this is an organization that is global, and in my talk, I was asked by Ruth to give a little bit of the global economy so that people shift from just Uganda and see what anybody would miss out globally. I also work closely with the Russia Marshall Trust. I represent the trust here, and the trust has for interventions. The access to finance, the women in media, the women in business, and women in agribusiness. And why women in finance first? Because our founder believes that when a woman's wallet is happy, then the rest of the social economic aspects are within her, her control. So I think that is enough about me. But I've been a banker. Most of the faces are not new. I see people from Stanbic, Equity, and I see some of the mentees, people I've mentored across the country about serving women. So I'm glad to be here, and this is an appropriate space for me and what makes me happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Theo. All right, we'll call her Mama Theo from now on, I guess. Thank you very much. I think the point is taken, and we will keep feeding these ideas into the concept and the idea of a lab that we are asking all of you really to be part of. So now let me spice it up with a Senegal moment. So the next question goes to Madame Tiaba. And thank you really for being there, or telereporting, as someone put in my notes. So sorry we have not been able to have you here this time, but we look forward to having you continuing with us in this journey. In setting up the Women Investment Club, what was your motivation, and how has your vision evolved since? I was reading about your past and your past with Deloitte and those other institutions. So over to you, Tiaba. Thank you.
Thank you, Serena. Technology amazing. There's an echo. I'm not sure if it is. Well, I'll proceed. So I want to say good morning to everyone. Really happy to be able to join you today. So as Serena said, I'm the echo is terrible. I don't know if there's a way to kill it.
You are fine on our side. We can hear you clearly.
Okay. Well, then it seems to be fine. So the Women's Investment was born in 2016. Simple but powerful observation. Women in Senegal were saving money, building businesses, and managing households, yet they were invisible in formal financial systems. Lack of access to finance in part of the world is systemic and structural. It requires a women-led solution, because as the saying goes, you're never better served than by yourself. And from the get-go, our motto was for women, by women. And we wanted to mobilize our own capital and to create access to funding for women entrepreneurs who were structurally excluded from banks and equity markets. And because at the time, none of us had a background in investment or the technical expertise to structure a fund. Personally, I have a background in accounting. I'm a CPA and the founding and managing partner for Deloitte Senegal. So we decided as a first step to pool our savings and invest collectively through the regional stock exchange and other local vehicles. It was about democratizing finance for women, by women. And 3 years later, we had built a strong enough savings base and poached Evelyn, our fund managing director, from FONSIS. FONSIS is the Senegalese sovereign fund. And that allowed us to create WIC Capital in 2019. WIC Capital is a hybrid structure blending venture capital and angel investment. And it's tailored to early stage women-led SMEs. And we then expanded beyond capital to include in 2020 technical assistance with the WIC Academy, as well as mentorship via the network of associations members. We are now, well, we started out as 4, and we're now 100 in Senegal, 50 in Côte d'Ivoire, and I think 30 in Rwanda. And we are all seasoned professionals with an average 20-year professional experience. And we act as aunties or big sisters to our investees. And we also provide them systematically a minimum of 6-month professional coaching when we invest in their companies. So today, our pilot fund, which totaled 5 million euros, has invested in 10 women-led enterprises in Senegal and Côte d'Ivoire, helping create over 225 jobs to date. And we don't just provide capital. 100% of our portfolio companies receive technical assistance, including mentoring, coaching, and operational support in areas like marketing, accounting, ESG. And we also ensure that all of our investees align with IFC performance standards through our internal ESMS. Now we're transitioning from proof of concept. When we started, people were, kind of mocking and laughing and saying that this notion of women entrepreneurship was a fiction. Now the conversation has shifted, and so we're transitioning from our pilot fund to scalable impact fund with a 30 million euro target for our fund 2.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I like this, the notion of women entrepreneurship having changed and evolved. I think it's something we need to, because that's one of the questions, I receive oftentimes when we talk about grow is, what are the grow women? What is it? Who is it? So the way we are looking at women entrepreneurship also is constantly evolving. So thank you. Now, let's go back to our room here, and we go to Nikita. The question for Nikita is multi-structured, but your organization, Argelius Foundation, as I said earlier, may not be such a brand name out there, but yet for many years has been a leader and player in the attempt to address complex and pervasive challenges related to supporting small businesses. What do you and the foundation see as key learnings in the space of building small businesses ecosystems, and particularly one that is really inclusive of women entrepreneurs? So what are, according to you, the key learnings in this space? And thank you for joining us here.
Thank you, Serena. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Okay, my name is Nikita Arugoro. I'm the Africa Program Manager at Argelius Foundation. So just by way of introduction, I think it's important for me to talk briefly about who we are, because we are not very popular or very well known. But essentially, Argelius Foundation is part of an international organization called Porticus. And collectively, we manage grants on behalf of a family of enterprise owners. Argelius is a foundation. We focus on sustainable economic development, and particularly driving this agenda with support to small and medium enterprises, with capacity development and access to finance as a core focus. We implement our projects across Africa and Latin America, In Africa, our core countries are Kenya and Uganda, but we do have a Pan-African footing because we support most of our partners to grow geographically if they have really good tried and tested methodologies. And in Latin America, we focus on Colombia and Guatemala. I'm based in Nairobi. And as a foundation, we have a very simplified three-pronged approach. The first focus for us has been trying to build out very robust entrepreneurship ecosystems. So this means supporting businesses at different growth stages through intermediaries, what we call enterprise support organizations. So they offer capacity development and access to finance, and some offer a combination of both. Then the second pillar has been supporting the intermediaries themselves. So these are periphery institutions, or what we are calling enterprise support organizations. So if they have really good tried and tested methodologies, we help them scale mostly geographically or enhance their core offerings. And then the third pillar, which we are really known for, is we are a learning leader. So we prioritize learning, and we try to provide evidence-based solutions for the wider entrepreneurship ecosystem, just because we believe that knowledge should be open and people should be able to learn from one another and essentially build up on what others are doing. And so just to get to the point, to answering your question, I'll be brief here. I'd like to just have a feel of who's in the room. I think it's important to know who we are also talking to, because looking at ecosystems, it's important to see how we collaborate and work collectively together. So by a show of hands, please indulge me. Do we have financial institutions? Okay, I know we have financial institutions. Do you have banks? Anyone from the banks, please just raise your hand. Great. Alternative financing, so VC, PE. Do you have microfinance institutions? Do you have ecosystem builders such as enterprise support organizations present in the room? Great to see. And essentially now this draws back to the lessons that we've learned. So it's been a decade of implementing our programs, and from that, we try to think about things from an ecosystems lens. So we think that people should look at things from a market in totality, what works where, what's needed where, and how do these things interact with each other. So that's the first thing that we've learned. The second thing is, when you think about entrepreneurship, regardless of gender, so women and financing here as a topic for us as well, we've narrowed down to 4 key things that people really need to think about. So first is the quality of enterprise, the quality of enterprises that are supported, what's coming out from the market. Then accessibility to the ecosystem players within a market, connectedness of these pillars and these ecosystem players within a market, and productivity. So at the end of the day, what kind of jobs are we creating, and what are the levels of income that we are developing? So those are the things that we really think about. And then from there, we try identify gaps within these 4 pillars. But then we try not to create things. So we look for who are players within the system that are doing these things. So we try anchor our solutions to periphery organizations that are already trying to solve this problem. So I'll give a good example of work we've done with KCB, the Kenya Commercial Bank, when it comes to women entrepreneurship. A few years ago, KCB were having a challenge with interest caps, and they were also having a challenge with profitability, especially for this segment of businesses, women-owned businesses. And so they tried to find solutions by working with Women's World Banking. And through Women's World Banking, they came to us. And essentially, over a very long period of time, we worked with KCB to basically work on their systems, address the challenges that they were seeing in the SME lending space. And so far, they've been able to raise around $1.2 billion that is just focused for women support across the region. So, yeah. In a nutshell, I think, yeah.
And Nikita will be with us until the end of the day. So anything
Yes.
that you want to note on this side?
I could go deeper into this, but I'm happy to also have a chat outside with people.
Excellent. Thank you, Nikita. Now, I hope everybody is with us, because we're going to accelerate, and online is going to work really fast and well. We're going to accelerate the rhythm, and I'm going to have a battery of 3 questions And I'm going to go one by one with each of you, but you really have, and you can look in front of the screen, you can look, you have maximum 1 minute to respond. All right? So we're going to get Mama Teo to go first with the question as follows. What innovations that you have seen, or the ones that you're seeing right now coming up, maybe and not, that maybe they've not had much visibility, but you think they're coming up and you should bring them to our attention. So Mama Teo, and then we go online, and then Nikita. 1 minute.
Okay, I request, before we discuss this, for everybody to have a pen and a paper.
Yes, please, pens.
Nelson Mandela used to tell us when we were students in South Africa that by the time I finish, I want everybody to be as angry as I am and determined to change. So I'll just pick a few things from the global perspective. And this is from the Financial Alliance website. Yeah, everything is governed by consumer behavior. And this is one of the first researches that was done in line with consumption. So globally, 85% of women are in charge of the day-to-day expenses in every household. And this cuts across. So 85%. And we'll see the implication of it when it comes to policy formulation and the importance of putting money in the hands of women. The other one, 90% of women are responsible for making primary health care decisions when it comes to a household, when it comes to a workplace. 90%. So you cannot talk about economic empowerment if you have not addressed health. So what does that mean for every business? 274 million women start new businesses across the world on a daily, together in the country. And by the measure of 2023, $93 trillion was in hands of women across the globe. And when you go backwards, you see that this has been growing from 82 to 90, now 93. This is what I like most. 742 million women do not have access to a bank to fund them, yet they have businesses. 742 million across the globe. 400 million women entrepreneurs around the world with the potential to grow their business are never funded correctly. And that's why you can never talk about inclusion without appropriate money. And this is scientific even in Uganda. We did a survey, thanks to any women if it is represented. And we did cross-sectional across the country, different women. And do you know what was very annoying? A lot of women had the wrong structure of funding based on different from what they would actually need. Now, for everyone here, $5 to $6 trillion would be added to the world economy if women are given money in the next 5 years. $5 to $6 trillion. So stand big, and the rest of the funders, you know what the world is missing. That's why we are continuing to say poverty eradication and what. I don't want to continue with the statistics, but I have the document that we are going to share in Rwanda on the 29th, so that the whole world gets to know what everybody is missing. And lastly, 1.7 trillion revenue opportunity awaits financial institutions across the globe if they fund women. Now, I'll just come back a little bit home. I don't want to leave the stage without talking about this. Because in whatever we are going to do in the lab, in the policies, we have to, you can't have a prescription unless you do the test. I don't want people to get angry, but this is sick, and I haven't had anyone talk about it. When somebody is in need of money and you go to the bank, And I have cases, if you want me to share them with you. We applied for a woman for a loan January 12th. Up to now, they have not perfected the loan. Is the money still relevant? So among the things we are going to address with financial institutions is the turnaround time. And that goes even to the currency loss. One of the customers we are handling, the reason why this customer was never able to pay, he applied for a facility when the dollar was at 356. And it took 9 months for the financial institution. And by the time they disbursed the money, the dollar had gone to, how many people saw that? It went around. And this bank cannot sell the property. It was their fault. Because by the time the money came, the dollar was at 2.8. So what do you expect? There is already a loss. So they asked me to talk about what is on the ground. Other than the high interest rates, the turnaround time is sickening. Let us agree that if a woman wants money, at least we agree on the minimum and the maximum, especially because of some conversion cycle. Then I don't want to talk about the regulatory framework because we are working on it. It is very clear that every financial institution wakes up and does what they want when it comes to the costs that you incur before funding. So the regulatory framework to protect consumers is very, very important. But lastly, I'm going to talk about the FinSave model. That was your direct question. But I just wanted people to get an overview of what we are missing.
We can do that in the next question.
Okay.
How about that?
Okay.
So Tiaba, let me just bounce it to you. Should I repeat the question? What innovations have you seen and are coming up that have not gotten a lot of visibility, but we should be aware of? And people in the room have their notebooks out.
In our context, I consider that the primary innovation is a model in itself. The capital investment industry is nascent in Francophone West Africa. And we were pioneers in setting up peer-led investor clubs that bring women into finance decision-making. But for me, the big one is the catalytic use of local capital, starting with Senegalese women investors before bringing in international DFIs and institutional investors, thereby reversing the traditional flow. And I would also say that the WIC Academy model is innovative, a technical assistance platform that is demand-driven, custom-tailored to the needs of our SMEs, and embedded in the investment process as early as the sourcing stage. So 100% of our investees have benefited from coaching, mentoring, supporting commercial, financial, strategic, ESG areas. And this is to say that we believe in technical skills, but also in soft skills. It's not theoretical. It's what we do every day, and it's embedded in the model, not a side program. It's strange in the finance sector to hear terms like empathy or safe space, but our finding is when you provide that to women, you help their businesses grow.
Thank you, Tiaba. Thank you very much. Now back in the room, Nikita. What about you? We'll start then with you. So get ready for the next question.
No worries. I'm going to try keep it to the minutes. So I'm just going to narrow it down to 4 very interesting things that I've seen across the continent that directly impact Uganda. And then there's things that are happening in this market that I think are also interesting. So the first one is the standards work that has been done collaboratively between PSFU and a bunch of other ecosystem stakeholders within the country. Patricia is here from AMI. So they led the process of the development of standards, which is basically a blueprint on how to do good BDS for entrepreneurs, or like how ESOs can offer good business development services for entrepreneurs. Because if you're thinking about capital and how to deploy capital, you have to think about the type of businesses that are coming from the market. And that means you have to think about it from also, coming from that perspective, quality of businesses that are coming from the market. So the standards work, I think, would be a blueprint. If well implemented here in Uganda, this is a blueprint that can easily be adopted in other parts of the continent. I think the second interesting thing is what we are calling aggregated financial platforms. So essentially, we are looking at ways to catalyze catalytic capital, and I'm happy Theopista mentioned this, that they're trying to do that in Senegal, because one of the pilot programs or pilot initiatives is what we are calling the Shigaba. It's a fund of funds that's being established in West Africa, and it's a combination of catalytic capital and local pension funds. So how do we unlock local capital and combine it with funds, for example, from GROW, to have longevity and continuity beyond GROW? So that's a good example. Then we also have something we're calling the Women Finance Code, which is developed by World Bank. So there's a secretariat called Women Finance Code, and that's what you're mentioning, will be in Rwanda the week after next. So 22 countries. Essentially, it's just, what do you call it? Like a methodology of bringing financial regulators within an ecosystem to support and commit to supporting women-owned businesses. Yesterday, the minister mentioned that this ecosystem, like the SME market here, has 40% of the businesses coming from this market are women-owned businesses. But when you really think about the actual data and how much capital is flowing from different parts of the financial structures or the capital flow, it's really hard to tell. So with the code, we are just tracking 5 key indicators. So all financial regulators within an ecosystem will be required to track just 5 key indicators. And then from there, we'll get a good dashboard of how much money is coming from MFIs, how much money is coming from SACCOs, how much money is coming from the VCs and the alternatives, how much money is coming from directly from the banks. So this is a good overview. Yeah, so those are like the key examples I think that are relevant for this conversation.
Hello? Yeah. So I think this one on the Wi-Fi code, it's a good one, and we've been hearing bits and pieces, and thank you for explaining also what it is, because sometimes we hear about things, but we really want to know, so it's good. I have a couple of other questions to go with this kind of fast pace, and to bring you closer to what can I, as GROW project, get away, given your experience and your input. So we can do a different lineup for this one, and I'd like to ask Tiaba online to go first. The question is, from your experience, who are the types of stakeholders that can drive and implement new approaches? And the two different things, drive and implement, are really going back to a little bit of a policy, enabling environment, but also really implement. And this is one of the things we've been saying about the GROW project, and I think also going through yesterday helped us a little bit on this. We have the enabling environment. We have a GROW. We have a Minister of Finance committed to come here, a Minister of Gender committing to let us work in this space. We have different actors in the room and above the room and beyond the room and in the region. And we have some vehicles. Like projects like this can help doing testing and then also implement. Today in the room, we also have our colleagues from IFC who came from Nairobi. Thank you, Wendy, for joining us here today. But indeed, also wanted to come full circle, or at least put it out there when, the bank and this type of initiatives are collaborating also with our brothers and sisters of IFC, which I understand we are also, connected. And Tiaba, you also are in line with what we're doing. And really, I like the Pan-African situation. We've had our new vice president for East Africa region is also from Senegal, Diame Diop. And one of the things he said in our first town hall about 2 weeks ago was really that, we even within the bank, we have East and West, but we should really work together and learn together from this type of experiences. So I'm glad we are also having this conversation in this way. So Tiaba, to you, stakeholders that can drive and implement new approaches.
So Serena, for me, it's really about making sure that we bring together all the stakeholders and that all relevant parties have a place and a voice around the table in a multi-stakeholder partnership approach to ensure effective collaboration across all levels. And the stakeholders I see are actors with decision-making power and grassroots insight who can effectively provide catalytic resources and adapted strategies to lead the change. You've named a few. Stakeholders, important stakeholders are also local women-led investor groups and fund managers, because they bring trust, they bring proximity and contextual intelligence. And I think that WIC is an example of those stakeholders. There's also DFIs and philanthropic funds, especially those who are willing to provide first loss capital or to co-finance technical assistance facilities, because they're so crucial for risk sharing. I also have in mind accelerators and NGOs with deep community roots, as well as technical partners like, for instance, ESP in the MasterCard Foundation Growth Fund, because they deliver hands-on support to portfolio companies in collaboration with fund managers. Governments and regulators, because they're the ones who can enable more flexible fund structures and improve financial inclusion policies and also encourage gender lens investment incentives. And last but not least, local pension funds and other local institutional capital providers. And in that regard, really, the Ugandan experience is unique and wonderful. And I hope it will inspire other peer institutions in Africa.
Thank you, Tiaba. I really like your keeping time. We're going to try Mama Theo to do the same. Over to you, Mama Theo. What do you think about stakeholders? And Tiaba, I really like the pension. The pension point is something that has been brought up to us, to the team, and we are going to see how we could do something with them. Mama Theo.
Okay. Thank you so much again. I think for me, the most important thing, before you even bring together stakeholders, you have to define very well the goals. So what are going to be the goals? What are the core deliverables? And the way things have been going, you cannot do anything anymore without researchers. The world is becoming statistical. Everything has to be backed up by data. So researchers are very critical in coming as a stakeholder. Definitely. The other goal is protection. Like I discussed with some people, we need an organization that is a non-partisan ombudsman, so that people make decisions or help consumers of financial products without belonging to any, of the financial institution. The other goal being to educate, other than protection. We need to have organizations that are key in literacy. But like I've been campaigning in this country, most of the interventions are firefighting, or what we call post-mortem. In this world, you have to do a preventive approach to disaster. So the preparation, the lens that the local woman might not have should come from a non-partisan party. So the education part is very important. We need an insurance, people who are good in insurance. 68% of Ugandans that borrow have never understood the insurance policy that is within. So insurance, we need lawyers that can have pro bono. In the ombudsman model, we have gotten Denton's International as a pro bono law firm. And definitely you cannot talk about all this without government and development partners. But all this will depend on what we come out, we define as the deliverable. What will people know in one statement that that lab is going to do?
Thank you, Mamateo. I think this is really something very useful for our lab. I hope Drew was taking lots of notes. And thank you for the insurance part as well. It's something that I've been working on some similar aspects working with insurance in West Africa, but I always think it's very important because that gives you real coverage.
We are trying to develop a product where there is no collateral, but there is insurance. So if we can get an insurance company, we did a model with the Finance Trust Bank where we got money and insurance, and households were borrowing to fund their basic needs, but without collateral, but without the insurance and the fund that we're holding on to, and it worked very well.
So I'm noting this one for the next conversation between GROW and Finance Trust. Thank you. Nikita, over to you. What do you think about stakeholders that can drive and implement? And I know you do a great job with keeping the time. We have another question like this.
Yeah.
Go around the room, and then I have one more specific for each of the participants. So it's
Okay.
17 minutes.
I mean, I've just been sitting here listening, and I mean, it's a question. When the questions were sent, I thought about it for a bit. And sometimes, from my personal opinion, I feel like maybe the solutions and the stakeholders, when we're thinking about an ecosystems perspective, everybody is playing a part. So everybody in this room, everybody in the SME, anyone that works with an SME is a key stakeholder. It's just that, to what extent are they playing a part? So maybe the solution, or what we need to be thinking about, is how people should collaborate better. So how are we connecting the dots? How are we focusing on collaboration over competition? Because, with the changing landscape, I think the point is not, there's new approaches that are coming up, but how do you build onto things that are already ongoing? So I think the focus here should be looking at institutions or thought leaders within the ecosystem that are driving change and then building up onto what those people are doing. What I've been preaching recently is we need to break our egos, our logos, and our silos. So I think our egos, logos, and silos. So I feel like that is the solution we need to think about when you're talking about, new approaches and who is important to implement. Let's challenge the status quo, build up onto what other people are doing. I think, yeah.
I like the keeping egos and logos on the side. I think that's what we try to do in our project as well, right? We want to promote the growth. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, I have, and also I really like the firefighting on the fireside chat. Your point on the firefighting, and also on the fireside chat. Lots of fire. So we have the last question that goes to the three of you, and I mean these ladies were prepared, so they know what was coming. Now I'm again being a little bit more selfish and taking your experience to bring it to the learning lab that we're aiming to work on with GROW, and again I take very seriously the ego and logo on the side, so it's going to be an innovation lab. It won't have my logo on it. So what do you think? Nikita, Tiaba, this time we start with Nikita if she would like so. And then we go to Tiaba and then Mamateo. What are the goals that we should really have? A clean, clear, maximum name 5 that we should really have as we decide and we move towards the construction of our lab?
Okay, as I said, we are considered a learning leader in the ecosystem. So our focus is really doing research that is useful for the entrepreneurship ecosystem and disseminating. So dissemination is key. So one of the things that we've really learned is define what you want to achieve from the onset and have just a few things that you want to share, like have specific learning pieces. So I'll tell you an example of what we did. We have a toolkit called Scale. If you ask about Argidias, people will probably tell you about Scale. And Scale is essentially like a toolkit we've designed that talks about how if you use these 5 key things, then you as an entrepreneur, ecosystem builder, you are guaranteed for success. And what we did is we designed Scale and then we've continuously disseminated. So what we're learning is learning and dissemination have to go hand in hand, and it's a continuous process. So think about it from that perspective, where you're defining your audience from the get-go, and then you're breaking it down in chunks and biteable pieces that are suitable for your audience. So make it very targeted and make it continuous. So whatever feedback you're getting, you're incorporating and then disseminating. So dissemination and learning need to go hand in hand. And then, the other thing that I wanted to mention is pick 3 to 5 people that you can really concentrate on. Okay, I know that the Grow model will focus on a lot of businesses. Maybe as the code, use the code methodology where you find champions, 3 to 5 really good champions that you can use to continuously sell the idea of Grow and push it out there, push the agenda out there, because good propagates good. So you don't need to change you cannot affect, or you cannot change everyone, but if you have good 3 to 5 people that are like-minded, and I think also test out where the energy is, where are people trying to learn, and concentrate your effort there.
Excellent.
In a nutshell.
Thank you. So we have research dissemination, and then the Regidius model, and then get 3 to 5 champions. Do we have 3 to 5 champions with Grow already? I know we definitely have Mildred with us. She's a champion of Grow, but we need to find a few more. I think our PS is one of our champions, right? Very good. Okay, so let me go to the screen. Tiaba, about goals for our innovation lab.
The first would be to document and to share adaptable models, and that's what Nikita has been explaining. And for example, Week Capital could share how it designed its strategy and technical assistance approach, for instance, because not every country needs to reinvent the wheel. Our second goal would be to promote South-South learning among women-led funds, like a space for investor clubs, fund managers, and entrepreneurs to exchange solutions. We've been doing that with CFF, the Collaborative for Frontier Finance, and it has proved invaluable and has guided a lot of our adjustments and thought process while structuring our fund too. Another goal would be to bridge data gaps by collecting and analyzing gender disaggregated performance and impact metrics. Another important one is to create funder alignment by helping DFIs, donors, and local actors to coordinate better and avoid fragmentation of efforts. When building our fund too, our design was strongly informed by peer learning. And as we scale to a 30 million euro fund, we're integrating everything we've learned from managing a portfolio of women-led enterprises to embedding robust management practices to navigating issues and hurdles that are specific to women entrepreneurship. But most of all, for me, success for the Learning Lab would mean not just sharing knowledge, but shifting power, making more room for women to lead, in how capital is designed and deployed.
Thank you, Tiaba. Now, Mildred was just reminding me of, our program. So I am going to go. Am I missing Mama Teo? It's your turn.
Okay. I think as we come to a closure, without offending anyone, still.
No, you have this one on the goals on
Yes,
the innovation lab.
yes. I want to summarize what I think the goal of the lab should be.
Excellent.
In just a few words.
We take it.
Yeah, to create to create informed consumers of financial products, for them to be able to make the right decisions while respecting their obligations as consumers. And of late, we are adding obligations because some of you take money and forget that you have to pay it back. Yeah? And especially the fact that you never read the offer letter and you never make the right choice of which financial institution. So we are adding obligations and appropriate products very importantly. However, I'm also looking at the lab being able to be a source of shared data for the different stakeholders. I can see some government people, and I just want to request that government programs should always include associations of women that have already done things so that there is no duplication. A lot of money is being spent, yet some people here have the information that they need, and the duplication has been a problem and cannibalization. For the development partners, supporting women financial inclusion must align with government programs to avoid the same. Yeah, because like now, we did research around this whole thing. Some people know it like Bank of Uganda, some people know it like Minister of Finance, but some people don't. And when you read that, you actually find out that all these issues you are talking about were raised by the consumers, and we agreed step by step what we do. So we are going to avoid every project starting from square one. Yeah, it will save a lot of money, and use existing successes in the ecosystem to draw programs. So you look at who has done what and come up with, like this lab shouldn't be a problem because we already have the concept paper for the ombudsman. This is basically the financial ombudsman. So how do you leverage on what you have done to just start from another level? But I also request that in whatever we do, we design a baseline that will refer to 3 years, 4 years from now. These are the questions to the members that come to the lab. This is where they are. These are the number of employees. This is the export level. And if we do this, this is the incremental. Real measurable successes with figures, with things that you can explain and people can appreciate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mama Teo. That's very good. So all the things you guys are saying were being thoroughly taken, noted, and recorded, and we will take good treasure of those. So now we have our last round in the fireside chat. So we have customized questions for each of you, and the first one is for Nikita. So Argidius has partnered with a number of other foundations to establish the Growth Firm Alliance. What is it? And most importantly, how can Grow and the Learning Lab engage with the Alliance?
Okay, so the Growth Firms Alliance is something that was established in 2024, and it's essentially 6 family foundations came together. So we have Argidius that we led the process of bringing the family foundations together. So we have Argidius, we have Vital Foundation, we have Small Foundation, we have Visa Foundation, we have IKEA, and we have Lamelson. So these are foundations that have consistently worked together over time. We do have varying thematic and geographic interests, but we all come to the agreement that 15% of the farms across the continent drive 80% of GDP growth. So these are what we are calling the growth farms, and it's farms which are which the FIRMS farms, so growth farms. And we believe that these are the drivers of change. If we are thinking about job creation and economic increase, income increase, these are the drivers of change. So collectively, we came together saying, let's advocate, first of all, to governments on the need to particularly think about this segment of business, especially with the shift in funding, in the funding landscape that we're experiencing now. Let's better support, this tier of businesses that can drive change. And then let's also learn from one another. Let's build up on what each of us are doing rather than duplicate effort, so we complement one another. And then the other focus is thought leadership, so basically driving change through what we're learning. Then access to finance is a big topic that we're focusing on. So looking at unlocking local capital. So whatever Thiaba mentioned, sorry, I confused names before. But yeah, unlocking local capital, how do we unlock local pension funds, for example? So we have the West African example. Here in Uganda, we have NSSF Uganda. They will be hosting the first Pan-African Pension Fund Summit in November, which I think is a really big deal. So yeah, we're also looking at the aggregated financial platforms. She mentioned CFF, where hopefully Drew will talk about it at some point, which is the Collaborative for Frontier Finance. That's one of the aggregated platforms where we're trying to encourage DFIs to, invest in the global south, something that has not been happening. So collectively, we can come in with the first round of funding that cushions, and then we can have a lot more investments happening. So these are two things that we're looking at. I think the other thing that we're focusing on is building the quality of the growth farms, so supporting them with talent and market creation, etc. And I think the one way Grow could benefit from this is, the session after this is a study that we've done in collaboration with Consumer Centrics, for example, which was focusing on how best to support banks. So we are designing a toolkit that will show you how to better segment women and what works for women, because we've done the KCB case study, which I think you could heavily borrow from. And I think the other thing, so that's, okay, first of all, yes, you'll have access to our resources like the CCX study, the scale study, etc. Then I think, yeah, we have gender-specific initiatives, for example, the ones being run by Visa. So essentially, we could also introduce you to what they're doing in this East Africa region, and then you build up on whatever they're already doing, or complement whatever they're doing. And yeah, I think those are the two things that I see are low-hanging fruits when it comes to collaboration between the GFA and Grow.
Thank you, Nikita. Thank you very, very much. Now I'm going back online for Thiaba. So Thiaba has set up the Women Investment Club in Senegal, and we would like to hear from her what is the unique value proposition of the WIC, and if these ideas and capabilities could be transported to East Africa, and how. Thiaba, over to you.
Thank you, Serena. I consider that WIC is unique because it's homegrown, women-led, and context-driven. WIC is not just a fund, it's a movement for inclusive investing. And we offer more than just capital. We provide equity and quasi-equity tailored to the needs of our women-led enterprises, which are mostly, which are all SMEs. And that is paired with technical support, governance involvement, mentorship, and coaching. And the club model creates a sense of ownership and agency that transcends geography.
Recording in progress
as well. So we see it less. We see it as less about exporting a model and more about building a sisterhood of impact investors across the continent, a network of African women networks, so to speak. Because our vision is not just to fund women entrepreneurs, but to rewrite the rules of who gets to shape the future of finance for women in Africa.
All right. Thank you, Tiaba. I have to admit we lost you for a few seconds, but we definitely absorbed the concept of, a club, which is beyond pure affinity, but it's really something that brings women together. It's context-driven, it's women-led, and you offer a lot more products than just capital. But we'll get back to you with more on the model. I really like the model. Now, we have a big sign here that says the time is up, but that's it. We still have a little bit of time. I wanted to come back to Mama Tio for a question to her, and then I would like to close it, and we could try to take a picture with Tiaba on the screen, if we're lucky. So, Mama Tio, you have been a banker and a field builder here in Uganda and across Africa for quite some time. As we look forward to the lab, what should be the role between the Ugandan women access and within the Ugandan women and their attempt to access financial ecosystems?
I think it's unfortunate that Ruth is outside, but Alex is here. I think the first step we are going to do is for private sector becoming a member of the alliance, so that they sign on to the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Code, the WEF code. So if we can do that in Rwanda in just a few days, that would help. Because one of the things that is going to happen, you don't have now to duplicate like research. When you are a member, you have access to the research which is already handled by different organizations. And one of the things that will have to come out if you're a member and you sign to the code is committing at least one incremental action that contributes to women SMEs accessing more finance, and then your members also. The document is big, but one of the areas that is going to be so critical, Stanbic, I know, is a member already of the Financial Alliance. We are going to be sharing yearly core, these are the core indicators which we are committing to and which growth should commit to. One, how many new customers they need to book in each of the projects. Then the outstanding loans. That portfolio will help inform on the new design. Two, how much approvals have been done. For instance, all the financial institutions participating in the GROW project would have to share in this shared portal how much, because people are just talking about it. But if it was uploaded now, then I would know that Stanbic has disbursed 200 million, this is the default rate. So together that data globally will inform the new policies. And definitely the SME business deposits. People are saying women don't save, but when you become part of the code under the commitments, each bank will have to show how much of the deposits are coming from women. And then you can study the behavior of the deposits. And if we understand that a percentage of deposits in a bank is actually from the customers, then this excuse we had yesterday of the cost of funding will not be an issue. So you cannot change the policies unless you get these statistics right. And lastly, from now, the GMT side, the Gracia Marshall Trust, we have people here in Uganda who are members of the Committee of Practice. So we commit that the lab will have access to the Committee of Practice members who are all women entrepreneurs. Where is Walda? Walda, please, you stand up so that they see you. Walda heads a program called Women Creating Wealth, and is already running in over 14 countries. And under that program, we have women who are employers of women and who we monitor gradually. Once we inject in capital, we see the progress. So there is a lot we can come with from the Financial Alliance on the WE code, and then from Gracia Marshall Trust on the women creating wealth and the community of practice database we have. And it is a live, we communicate every morning to them. So you send one single invite, everyone will know. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mama Teo. Nice to meet you, Wanda. We will definitely take your contacts before you leave. No, this is very, very important. The data we know is a very important thing. And we're trying to work with Grow, around Grow, to have good data, good baselines, and really see what is it that we need to act. So this is taken.
We have the app. We have the app already.
You have the app already.
Yes.
So we need to check on also how other apps are working. Thank you very much. So I think with this, we're coming close to the session. I hope Tiaba is still online, because I would like to try to have a picture with you. And then I really wanted to thank all of you. I hope you're not been watching your phone too much. And I wanted to thank Mama Teo, or Teo Pista, and then our colleague Nikita. I'm calling everybody colleague. And then, of course, Tiaba online from Senegal, who woke up at 5:40 this morning to be connected to us by 6. So thank you very much. I hope we can give them a round of applause. Say again? Did we cut off Tiaba?
No, I'm here.
All right. So can I ask?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we want to see you too.
Yes, my video is on.
We're going to move close to the video. Just stay there and smile, and we're going to take a picture with you.
Okay.
Okay, that's a beautiful one, and definitely was a very insightful conversation. One thing for sure that I did pick out is research and data is very, very important, because then that helps you do quite a lot of analysis. There is no decision right now that you can take and consider it to be as viable if it is not backed by data, because then we'll be asking, from where are you taking that kind of decision? Serena likes photos, so you might as well, as a photographer, prepare for more. More and more photos. Okay, Serena, anything more before you leave?
I don't get to hang around with this caliber, you know. So I'm very glad to be here. And thank you, everyone, for the contribution to this.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us. And Tiaba, thank you so much for waking up quite early. We apologize for keeping you waiting for a few, but thank you for joining us for the conversation.
It's been a pleasure. So all the best with the rest of the conference.
All right, thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, we've been seated since morning. I'm just going to request that we stand up for just a minute or so. We're going to have a presentation on Islamic banking in the next few, before we do some remarks, and then we'll move out for one of our breakout sessions shortly before we go for lunch. So yeah, let's get to stretch out. I could see the phone use. Some of you were starting to meditate and pray for us. I mean dozing. Eh? You were praying for us when we didn't ask you to really do that. So space. Okay. There are those who still wanted to stand. Thank you so much. I needed us to stretch out a little bit. It's very, very important, and it keeps your body awake. So, our next presentation is going to be a little bit short. Like Drew earlier on said, that we were going to shift up the program a little bit to be able to accommodate quite a number of things. So we've been talking about financing, gender inclusive financing. We were talking about financial institutions and banking, but there is the aspect of Islamic banking. I know that in Uganda, we just passed the law. It's not very, very old. It's just a few years, but the concept hasn't been able to sink in as much. The concept of Islamic banking hasn't sunk in for Uganda. Some people thinking, I remember in the media, the conversation sometimes would be, is Islamic banking for only Muslims at the end of the day or not? So there was a lot of misinformation and disinformation, but also just getting to be able to grasp. I know I've gotten a facility on Islamic banking, and I could never thank God better that I got that facility and not the conventional, loans. And I keep having so many friends who are asking, so how did you get that? How many of Ugandan institutions are actually offering Islamic financing? Because I did get that through the Microfinance Support Center. But I think there is a lot. It's a beautiful concept. I wish every business could be able to get that, because then it reduces a lot of pressure on you. But it speaks to what Mama Tio talked about as well at the end of the day, the obligation, remembering that you did get money that doesn't belong to you and you need to pay it back. Although it gives you a little bit of relaxation that you're not on pressure, I am not going to have penalties. At the end of the day, I just have a little markup to the principal that I have to be paying at the end of the day. So ladies and gentlemen, if you've been having quite a number of questions as well about Islamic banking, allow me invite Hajat Mariam, who will be, she's a lecturer at the Insurance Training Institute and Makerere University Business School, who's going to be talking to us about the potential of Islamic financing in promoting gender inclusive finance. Let's give her a thunderous round of applause and be able to welcome, of course, Rebecca Kukundakwe, gender specialist at the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, who's going to be taking on this conversation. Let's give Rebecca some energy as well. I know what it means organizing a two-day event, and then on the last day when you're in the middle, you're like, okay, now this is coming to an end.
Thank you so much, Mildred. Very good morning to all of us in the room. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for keeping it here. And as Mildred mentioned, our next conversation is going to be around Islamic banking. And to take us through that discussion is none other than Hajat Mariam Mutaraga, whom I'm going to invite to come up and take the front seat. A round of applause for Hajat as she comes to the front. And in case, thank you so much, Hajat, you can have a seat. So before us this morning is one of the phenomenal high caliber academicians and practitioners in the field of insurance and financial services. She is a lecturer within the academic space from Makerere University Business School, but is also unique in a way that she blends theory and practice by being part of different development-focused innovations, especially around insurance and Islamic banking. She's an ILO certified trainer on inclusive finance, and she is a Rotarian. What a joy to have Hajat Mariam in the room. And a little bit of context to that before she comes speak to us is that, as Mildred mentioned, it's quite a new topic for us, especially in the room, having started and became more prominent in the 1970s. And I think in Uganda, we broke in around 2023 when Salam Bank was first licensed as one of the Islamic banking financial institutions. So you see, from when Islamic banking became prominent and when we came in on board in Uganda is not such a long time. So I now want to invite Hajat to speak to us. We know it's a very big concept, but we want to try and narrow down and understand what are the potential opportunities in Islamic banking that we can tap into as we discuss about gender inclusive finance. And without further ado, Hajat, you are most welcome to lead us into that conversation. Thank you so much. Hajat will be speaking from the podium. As I mentioned, she's a teacher, so she wants to make sure she has full control of everyone in the room. Welcome.
Thank you, Rebecca. I've also been seated for quite some time, so it's just natural that I would love to stand. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. How are you? Yes. Clearly, they've rightly said it's a new concept, right? In Uganda, the Finance Act was changed actually in 2016, but adoption took time because of one reason or the other, maybe because of its complications. But when you talk about Islamic financing, we are basically talking about that sector, that financing bit of it, which adhere to the Sharia law. Sharia law, we are basically talking about the Islamic law. It's a bit complicated, right? It's totally different from the conventional laws. Okay? And of course, when we talk about that financing, I know I have quite a number of bankers in here. When I talk about that, the issue of Islamic financing, not looking into the issue of interest, I'm sure that people who are into the loan department will be asking, but where are you going to get money, right? So the main issue which separates the conventional insurance, sorry, I'm an insurer. The main issue which separates the conventional financial running and that of the Islamic running of things is majorly the issue of interest. Okay? In Islam, we do not believe in interest, and we call it riba. Okay? We believe when you talk about interest, you're basically trying to take advantage, okay, of another person. The person comes to you with a problem, and then you're in a way taking advantage of putting an interest. Okay? I like that term for grow, where the interest is 10 and some areas is 8. But when you come to our banks, the traditional banks, I don't want to talk about the interest which is there, but we all know. So then after that, we are basically looking at how Islamic finance can help, right, into the gender inclusiveness. Okay? I liked again the statistics which were given by Mama Topista. Okay? And I hope you wrote those ones because I am not going to go into those. But what I picked most was that 80% of the households and 90% of the education is done by women. Okay? So what does that mean? That the person who is down there needs help. Okay? And much as they come to the traditional banks, the interest rates might be so high, they can't match, they can't manage. Okay? And that's why, in most cases, they end up not living up to that. But then, what happens on the ground? When we talk about inclusion, we need to bring the aspect of affordability. When they come to your bank, can they afford the rate? Can they afford their interest rates? Can you give them the money they will need? Would it be given there to them in time? Okay? When we talk about inclusion, we also need to look at the relevancy. Okay? She talked about an application which was done in January and money was dispersed after months. By the time they gave the money, it wasn't relevant anymore. So in inclusion, relevance comes in. If someone comes to you, they have an issue, right? It has to be solved because they need that in time. But also, we are looking at a marginalized group. Okay? And in this case, we are looking at the gender. So not going to the other aspect, our discussion was crafted only the gender. Okay? And indeed, we are marginalized. Okay? Go to markets, almost 90% are women. Okay? And that woman in the market will take care of the kids, will educate them, and they will go to all sorts of higher learning institutions. Either they will come back to her or they disengage because at that particular time, mom is not matching their status. So what do we do? When we talk about the inclusive aspect, right, in Islamic financing, we are basically saying we must tailor or craft those products which will be within, which will enable this person, this woman, this low-income earner, right? This person in the village to be uplifted from the position they are in, right? And at a stress-free environment. Okay? Yesterday, we were carrying a survey in Karele Market. Okay? Karele Market is on Gayaza Road. And the people we engaged, 60% of those ladies said they have a profit of 3,000 shillings a day. Okay? 3,000 shillings. Okay? And the question is, 3,000 shillings times 365 days, what do you get? I'm very sure for most of us who are here, it cannot even sustain your home for a day. Am I right? Am I right? I'm a Rotarian. So a Rotarian will say, is it the truth? Okay. Can you sustain your home for a week with 3,000 times 365? And I'm assuming you're not alone in your home, because those ladies we are talking about, they are not alone. They have families. So what do we do? Under inclusive financing, we need to come up with packages, okay? Products, as in the banks. Yes, Salam Bank was licensed, I think in September 2023, but they have not started carrying out inclusive financing. Okay? They are giving out other loans based on that concept, okay, of profit sharing, right? No interest, but that aspect of coming down to the category we are discussing today, they haven't reached there. And when you ask them, they'll say, we are in the process. We are putting systems in place. Okay? When the systems are going to be done, we don't know. Now, because Islamic finance does not promote interest, it promotes profit sharing. If you go to the bank and you get money, you sit on the table, right? Of course, you have your business concept. And from your business concept, you've clearly drawn out the profit, you're projecting. So it's that profit you are going to share. But again, the beauty of sharing is, much as you've done a concept, and maybe you're saying you're going to get at the end of the day, I'm giving an example, you're going to get at the end of the day maybe 200,000. Okay? But time comes, you do your computations, right? And you operated at a loss. That 200,000 you projected, you've not got it. So there is nothing to share. What does that mean? That the person now being given this loan has to be trustworthy. Because at the end of the day, you have to produce the records. And it's these records which you're producing that now we will know how much is going to be shared. So record keeping is very, very important. And the good thing, the gender we are talking about, the people down there, they have their books. They will note each and everything. They will even look for the 100 shillings, which is not balancing in their equation. Okay? When it comes to us, you might not even look for 50,000, which is missing, because you are comfortable. Okay? But then we need to look at them. The bankers here, we need to create an avenue for these people because we need to uplift them. The statistics we are given by the previous discussant, I will not go into that, but also we need to know that much as Islamic finance is there, okay, there is also, under it, there is also Islamic insurance. And under that, because you are looking at financial inclusion, right, the Islamic way, again, when it comes to insurance, we don't look at the conventional insurance. And you have quite a number of people here who are not insuring because they don't believe in the conventional way. Again, reason being, we are foreseeing losses, right? We are projecting losses. And when it comes to the Islamic side, we say, everything which was prescribed by God, it should happen. Okay? So that forecast, which we see in the conversion insurance, is not there under Islamic insurance, or what we call takaful. But then again, as insurers, right, we should start crafting those products which go to the inclusive sector. The family products, okay? Good enough in insurance. We have now quite a number of micro-insurance companies. So crafting something which is in line with the Islamic insurance then becomes easy, because it's a question of removing the projections. It's a question of removing the interest, because again, when it comes to Islamic insurance, again, the concept is the same. You share. Okay? Someone comes to you, they give you their premium, right? At the end of the year, the insurance company computes and see how much is remaining. Whatever amount is remaining, it's supposed to be shared amongst the policy holders, the people who brought in premium. But now again, the challenge comes in that when you exhaust the money, which you collected, and you paid all the claims, now you have to go back to your insureds, your clients, and you tell them, guess what? This year, we are having so many claims. So if you had paid maybe 10,000, please add on a 2,000 to accommodate the losses which are coming in. So there are those gymnastics. So if a person does not appreciate it well, it then means that selling it will become hard. But if there is transparency, if there is education, right, because you need to educate people about these things. And I am very sure for someone who is in the market, whatever market they are in, right? Once you tell them that I'm giving you this product, you're not going to, there is interest-free, but we'll be sharing a little bit of your profit, right? I am giving you this product, okay, where I have even to come and educate you. We have to put systems in place. They will know about receiving money, right? But at times, spending becomes hard. They will know they'll get the money, and to some people, when they get a loan, they think it's their money. So you need to tell them that, guess what? The loan you've gotten is on the left side. It's not your money, right? Whatever you get after, that little profit is on the right side, and that is your money. It helps you to ensure that at the end of the day, they understand the concept. Okay? They understand the concept. Now, because we are talking about inclusiveness, regulation comes in. Okay? Just like I mentioned, the Financial Act being amended to incorporate Islamic finance, even the Insurance Act was amended in 2017 to accommodate Islamic insurance. To date, we don't have any company. Okay? But we have so many people who would love to come on board. One of the reasons why we are not having them is because we are not believing in them. Okay? Now, what has happened? We are now having an informal but formal, for better lack of words, right? Organizations coming in. If the banks are not coming in to help in line with Islamic finance, okay? If microinsurance organizations are not coming in to help, what is happening on the market? Right now we have some organizations, non-profitable organizations. Okay? They go out there and they collect money. You know, when you go to church, there's that tenth which you give. You say yes. There's that tenth which you give. Some don't give. Okay, it's good. You should give. Now, when it comes to Islam, right? We call it zakah. So when you have an income at the end of the year, and that income is above 2.5 million, for anything which is above 4.5 million, you're supposed to pay. We call it zakah, which is the tithe annual, right? That amount is collected. There are quite a number of organizations where we are giving that money to. We have House of Zakah, we have Salam Charity, which is not the bank, right? We have Uganda Muslim Welfare. There are quite a number of organizations, by the way, including the village leadership for Muslims. When that money is collected, they now do a survey to look for those people, those ladies who are down there, right? And they are in need. And they are given this money. It could be in terms of real cash. It could even be in terms of items, physical items, but which are going to add on your value, not bringing consumables. They can buy a cow, right? They can buy goats. It could be a poultry business, right? And that money is given to people who are in need, right? Now, if you can just translate that, right, into our banking sector to handle the financial inclusiveness in line with the Islamic religion, it will be easy. At the end of the day, what do we want to achieve? We want to uplift the underrepresented women who are down there, right? And they have the capacity to work but what they are lacking are resources. In Pakistan, it's working very well. In Morocco, it's working very well. Right? Actually, Uganda is under the 39 Islamic Organization Corporation, right? And they have one of their objectives is to ensure that we uplift the marginalized women. And we can only do that if we bring Islamic finance on the ground. Okay. I was telling Rebecca, I fear loans because of interest, right? And I'm educated. At least I know I'm educated. And I understand banking and how it works. Okay? Now, if Hajat says I fear loans because of the interest, when that person down there, when you go there, definitely they will not believe in that. Important to note, okay, when we talk about this inclusiveness, we need to look at the capacity building so that people understand what exactly we are looking at and what we are expected to do. Okay? So, it's a new concept, right? But we need to embrace it. And I'll pray that perhaps financial institutions should put a window, create a window to embrace the Islamic Finance Inclusion Department in your organizations. Thank you. Bottom line, we want to uplift the gender. We need to look at the gender balance, and we need to ensure that at the end of the day, everybody is represented in one way or the other. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Hajat Mariam for giving us those insights. I think we note that it's really generally very insightful in terms of issues on equity financing. Of course, issues around trust came up. And I know if you had to open it up, you would get lots of questions on how the financial discipline in Uganda and how it fits with Islamic banking principles, but also the fact that affordability is key. And I think from yesterday's discussion, we've been challenged to think through products for women and other marginalized groups that are really, really very affordable. Key issues, of course, around value-based financing come up, and then, of course, the fact on sharing profit. We're having conversation with some of the providers and the issue of how Ugandan businesses sometimes have different profits and loss versions, so it may be an interesting area to look at. I know we are going to close this now, but I wanted to ask if there's only just one pointer, and then I'll ask, it's because we want to integrate discussions on Islamic banking as we do gender inclusive financing. So if anyone has specific pointers or questions, I'll ask that you write them down, and then we can pick them, and then for future referencing and as we go into our learning lab. Is there anyone who has one question that they want to pose for Hajat in terms of Islamic banking? Okay, so please write down those questions, and the ushers and myself will be able to pick them up. Hajat, this was very insightful. And as we come to a close, we have service providers here, including traditional financial institutions you've been talking about. And I know that banks like Finance Trust Bank have tried to innovate around the halal product account. What is that one baby step you would give to the providers here with all the newness of Islamic banking and inclusive aspect? What is that one baby step you'd encourage the providers to take to get into the aspects of inclusivity in relation to Islamic banking?
I have to first confess, I don't know whether the banking sector is like the insurance sector, because in insurance, You cannot operate both. You're either into conventional insurance or you are into takaful, which is Islamic insurance. But if there is a window and you are allowed to combine that two, it's the way to go. Okay? It's the way to go. Create a window, deep dive. Okay? We have people who are having bank accounts, and they are saying, make sure you don't put any interest on my account. Okay? Now, if you have such clients who are saying, don't put any interest on my account, I don't believe in that, and they don't even do fixed deposits, that means you already have a niche. Open up a window, right? Let's look at those who are underserved. If someone says, don't put interest on my account, get that money. Don't take it as a bank, right? Put it aside, and you start an inclusive Islamic financing using that money. It will work.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hajat. A round of applause for Hajat. So deep dive, try out something new, and as part of the ideas of the Innovation Expo really is to try and find out those ideas. So if there's anything you want to go home with, is deep dive, try out something new, see what is possible as you do your general business. Thank you so much, and that's the end of our session.
This is one of our smallest panels, but we'll still allow you to take the center stage and take a group photo right there. Thank you very much, Hajat Mariam. I think that was very, very insightful. Like I said, I have been able to take an Islamic loan, and it's very interesting. And maybe just to add to Madam Mariam, I think the loan that I took is one that the bank can be able to pick up. That is the Murabaha. It is a cost plus, but they're not doing the normal interest that the banks would do, like a monthly interest rate, but they will just add a small markup to your loan, the principal that you will be able to pay. In most cases, it's more considered the administrative errands or administrative cost, but it's still quite a genuine cost, because if I asked, for example, for conventional banking, if someone took a loan of about $500 million shillings for 4 years, at the end of 4 years, about how much would that person pay to the list in terms of interest? Okay, you took 400 million. At the end of about 4 years, how much would that person pay? Conventional banking, truth speaking. Someone takes 400 million shillings for a loan. If it's conventional banking, how much after 4 years would that client be able to pay? For conventional banking. At the lowest rate, okay, let's say, I don't know what the lowest rate banks could be able to give, maybe at 10%, that would be the lowest. Let's use the growth. It's difficult to get at 10%. Okay, let's do, okay, it's important. You see, first of all, we are saying it's impossible to give at 10%. Okay, let's take it at 20%. You see how expensive it becomes? Yes, at 20. Okay, no worries. Let's take at 26%, which is the truth. So 400 million at 26% in 4 years. How much would that client pay after 4 years? Just roughly, rough estimate. We could say maybe after 4 years they will pay 600 million, or after 4 years they will pay 550 million, something like that. Just rough estimate. I love your honesty. I love your honesty that you talked about. Okay. I love the fact that you've honestly spoken. Now, this is the tinge with Islamic banking, that if you took, for example, a Murabaha, for 4 years, for some of the institutions in Uganda that are doing Islamic banking, now this will not be good news to the bankers. After 4 years, you will pay less than 500 million shillings. After 4 years, and you've taken a 400 million, and you're using Islamic banking, and if you're particularly taking the Murabaha, because that is the cost plus, because if you're taking there is one, Hajat Aisha, I hope I'm mentioning them right. If you take the Mudaraba, if you take the Mudaraba, which is cost sharing, and then if it is loss making, you also get to share the loss as well. it's a totally different conversation. Now, I know it's hard for the conventional banking because, I mean, you're trying to calculate your numbers. Eh? In 4 years. So plus the 400. Yes, on a reducing balance. Plus the 400. You see, it's almost double what the gentleman said. Almost double. So, but remember we were talking about gender inclusive financing and some of the innovations that we can be able to take up. It may seem, it's not making business sense, but it does actually make the business sense, depending on what kind of partners we are having, the kind of money that you are getting. If you have, for example, concessional loans, why wouldn't you be able to take that? I love the truth-telling that Mama Teo said. When I said 10%, she said, impossible. Not in conventional banking would you be taking it. And I think this is the reason why this expo is very, very important, that we get to understand that there are things out there being done by other people that could actually help the less privileged or underprivileged, or, you know, the other groups of people that would essentially not think about it. I also used to fear loans because of interest. Of course, I took some loans, but it's always the scare of, now if I default, there is going to be penalties. And yet in Islamic banking, the penalties are not as harsh as conventional. But I will still go back to what Mama Teo said, responsibility, knowing that you borrowed money and you have to pay it back, and pay it back in a specific period of time. All right, I would just like to call out vehicle number UBG 368Y. Please, you've blocked the way. If you could be kind enough to unblock so people can be able to freely move. We're going to go into our remarks session. And ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, allow me to invite the Vice Chairperson of the Private Sector Foundation Uganda Board, Ms. Sarah Kajingo, to come and, yes, she spoke to us yesterday, come and sort of close. Someone is thinking, why are we closing in the middle of, the session? But we may not be able to have these people much later on. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Ms. Sarah Kajingo, who will later on invite our permanent secretary from the ministry.
The permanent secretary, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Mr. Agre David Chibenge, the task team leader for the GROW project at the World Bank, Ms. Serena Kaviki, the director for GROW at the Ministry of Gender, Mr. John Sengendo, the director for GROW at the Private Sector Foundation, Dr. Aisha Kasolo, financing institutions, esteemed women in business, exhibitors, innovators, and all of you in your various capacities, a very good morning. That's not a warm good morning. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief guest today, Permanent Secretary David Chibenge, we've had a productive 2 days, and it is with great delight that I stand before you again at the Gender Inclusive Financing Innovation Expo 2025, themed Catalyzing Innovation for Gender Inclusive Finance. On behalf of the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, Uganda's apex body for the private sector, I extend sincere appreciation to all of you participants, including our esteemed partners, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the World Bank, participating financial institutions, non-bank financial institutions, fintech innovators, and most importantly, the women entrepreneurs who are at the heart of this transformative initiative. Mr. PS, this Expo has been a landmark event, a platform to showcase innovative solutions that address systemic barriers hindering women entrepreneurs' access to affordable and appropriate financing. At PSFU, we recognize that women-owned enterprises are a cornerstone of Uganda's economy. According to you both, the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, nearly 40% of small and medium-sized enterprises in Uganda are owned by women, employing millions and supporting countless households and families. Yet, despite their significant contribution, women-owned businesses account for only 24.4% of the industry's loan book. And Mr. PS, that's a stark indicator of the persistent financing gap. This Grow Innovation Expo is therefore a bold step toward closing this gap through innovation, collaboration, and evidence-based solutions. The Grow project, and we are very thankful to the World Bank, is the biggest women's project to have ever been funded in sub-Saharan Africa. We therefore extend our gratitude to the World Bank through you, Ms. Serena Kavik, who has really energized us, including your team, which is here. It's funded by US $217 million grant and implemented in partnership, as I have said earlier, and as you all know, with the Ministry of Gender and Private Sector Foundation. It is a testament to our collective commitment to catalyzing the growth of women's businesses. And since the GROW project's launch in 2023, the GROW financing facility has dispersed loans ranging from 4 million shillings to 200 million at competitive interest rates of not more than 10% through 6 partner commercial banks: DFCU, Equity, Finance Trust Bank, Centenary Bank, Post Bank, and Stanbic. These loans, accessible to enterprises with at least 51% women ownership, supported women in transitioning from micro to small and medium enterprises. And now, for you, the gentlemen in this room, you all know, as you may have read through the literature that has been very well shared at the tables, that you can work in partnership with your dear wife, your dear sister, as long as the woman owns 51% shareholding. Beneficiaries who repaid on time. So it's very important to repay on time. The discipline that Theo was talking about received grants of up to 5% of the loan principal. Isn't that beautiful? If you pay on time, you receive how much? 5% of the loan principal, further incentivizing financial discipline. The financing challenges women face are multifaceted. While women's account ownership, as I said yesterday, rose to 65% by 2021, only 34% held accounts at formal financial institutions, with many relying on mobile money platforms. This reliance, while innovative, often exposes women to high interest rates and sometimes fraud when engaging with informal financial service providers. Moreover, systemic barriers such as limited collateral, gender biases in lending practices, and occupational segregation into lower value sectors continue to constrain women's ability to access the capital needed to grow their businesses. Women entrepreneurs earned 30% lower profits than their male counterparts. underscoring the urgency of tailored financial products and delivery models. Mr. PS, about 2 days ago, I had the opportunity to meet a group of young women under their leadership of a young lady called Nul Naliombia, and it was heartwarming to listen to their stories. As usual, I told them in the room that PSFU is happy and pleased to handhold them to register their businesses, to formalize their businesses, but I was very shocked. All those women, 100 plus, had already registered their businesses. Each one of them has a product. Nulu Naliomba, their leader, even has a book on financial management. So these efforts led by you at the Ministry of Gender and the political leadership of the Honorable Betty Amongi are really increasing awareness. So it's really heartwarming to see young people waking up and, creating businesses, because our population is growing. The demographics, according to you both, is such that Uganda is a young country. You know that government can only employ not more than 55,000 people. So it makes sense for us to take a step back, listen to you, not lecture to you, and co-create with you, grow your businesses, innovate, so that you create employment for yourselves and in turn, employ more women. The Gender Financing Innovation Expo was designed to address these challenges head-on. And over the 2 days, we have witnessed groundbreaking tools and services from innovators, startups, fintech developers, all aimed at transforming the financial ecosystem for women entrepreneurs. This platform has facilitated collaborations between innovators and the participating financial institutions, supported by the GROW Financing Facility Innovation Grants to pilot gender-inclusive financing interventions. We have engaged the performing financial institutions on the application process, selection criteria, and timelines for these grants. And Mr. PS, yesterday was event-packed, activity full, all our teams, I could see all our teams very, very engaged. And in the afternoon, there was business-to-business engagements, and I'm sure many of you must have signed some deals or agreed to partner in the future. A key outcome of this expo is to build momentum for you women entrepreneurs, but also for the Women Entrepreneurship Financing Lab. The lab will serve as a hub for evidence-based improvements across the financial ecosystem, fostering research, policy innovation, and stakeholder alignment. At PSFU, as we say always, we are proud to champion private sector-led solutions that drive inclusive economic growth. Our partnership with over 300 business associations, corporate bodies, and public sector bodies positioned to amplify the impact of initiatives like GROW. We reaffirm our commitment to simplifying loan application processes, as emphasized by Her Excellency Jessica Lupo, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, at the GROW loan launch in 2024, to make financing more accessible, particularly for rural women. The private sector's role in adopting innovations such as digital lending platforms and gender-sensitive financial products will be critical to bridging the financing gap. As we move forward, I urge all of us in this room, especially the financial institutions, to honor our commitment to remove barriers to finance for women entrepreneurs. I call upon all of you, finance institutions, innovators, And yesterday, as we were conducted on the tour of the Expo, I was happy to meet a young lady called Teacher Basemera. She was here earlier. Basemera Stella Maris. I don't know if she has gone back to the Expo room or not, who is the founder of Captain Miss Math. And I picked a copy for my children and used the opportunity last night to read and go through those numbers. And I'm really delighted to note that while numbers are sometimes deemed as complex matters, Teacher Basemera has been able to distill them into simple terms. So I hope that through Basemera's book, that numbers and mathematics can be loved across the board, and the stereotypes around mathematics and women. Yesterday, we also witnessed and listened to beautiful stories of women, which again emphasizes that women do not come to the table empty-handed. That Uganda's private sector, Uganda's women in business come to the table with ideas, some of them in business already. We listened to Miss Minala Omonyi, an inspiring force behind Fresh Moments, a thriving events and farming business in Gulu City, where she has been in this business for the rest of the 12 years, and she's a Grow Loan beneficiary. Is Miss Minala Omonyi still here? Miss Minala is over there. Please come and take the podium again. Take a seat. We listened to Beth Juna Mwebaze, who is a passionate educator and founder of Ruharo Infant School in Mbara City. And her story is that since 2002, she has dedicated her life to early childhood education, with her school taking on pupils from nursery to primary 3, and she too is a GROW beneficiary. Miss Mwebaze Beth Juna, please welcome. Take a seat. The other beautiful story was by Nekenoi Ann, a resident of Moroto in Karamoja sub-region, and she is the proud owner of Nakamina Shoppers, a thriving general merchandise shop along Lopedru Road, Market Street. Formerly a teacher, Miss Nakanoi is running thriving business. And it was again exciting to listen to her story of how she started and even managed to build herself a house. Miss Nakanoi, who is taking to the stage, is over there, is also a beneficiary of the GROW loan. Congratulations, dear ladies. There are so many other fantastic stories at the Expo, those of you adding value to beef. This panel, which was moderated by Dr. Aisha Kasolo, was really, really captivating. And so please join your team, Dr. Aisha and Mr. John Sengendo. And as I conclude, I congratulate you all for sharing your perspectives, your insights. We have listened to all the panelists and the speakers. Thank you very much. Thank you once again, the teams that put this together, our teams that grow at PSFU, at World Bank, at the Ministry of Gender, those who put up this beautiful setup, congratulations. And in closing, I express my gratitude once again to the Ministry of Gender, paving the way for a future where every woman entrepreneur in Uganda has the tools, resources, and opportunities to thrive. It's therefore my distinct honor to invite Mr. Agri David Chibenge, the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, to make his remarks. and to request for your permission, Mr. PS, to join us, as well as Ms. Serena Kavik from World Bank, for a photo in honor of these ladies and in honor of our directors, Mr. John Sengendo and Dr. Aisha Ruth Kasolo, for the fantastic work you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah, the Vice Chair of the PSFU Board of Directors. I don't know if there are any other colleagues from government ministries, departments or agencies, and especially from Ministry of Finance, the team from the World Bank, and in a special way, our task team leader for the GROW project, Serena, leadership, anybody else from PSFU, but most importantly, the coordination team. As you know, GROW has components, main ones under the Ministry of Gender, but also very important ones under the Private Sector Foundation Uganda. So both Mr. John Sengendo and Dr. Aisha Kasolo, all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to first apologize for making these remarks, as they've said, in the middle of the Expo, because ordinarily we should be making these at the very end. But because there are quite a number of other commitments, I did request that we have this done at this stage. I'd like to congratulate the GROW coordination team for this far that we've gotten with GROW, and that every other day it becomes clearer to all the stakeholders what it is that GROW would like to achieve. And I'm saying this at the very beginning because GROW is not only about funds being made available for women entrepreneurs to access on friendly terms. GROW is addressing the bigger challenge of financial inclusion, and inclusion that brings on board women and women entrepreneurs for that matter. The concept itself, the design, has given people a lot of problems, but where I see it, I'm confident that by the end of all these interventions in Uganda, whether in the financial sector or in other sectors, it will never be the same as far as inclusion is concerned. It will never be the same by the time we close GROW in 2027. And I was reflecting on some of the NDP4. As you know, we are now at a point where we are transitioning as a country from the planning framework, overarching planning framework that has been in place called NDP3 to NDP4. And the planning cycle has also been well designed that it is going to tie up properly with the end of term of government, the current term. We are going into elections, and as we start NDP4, hopefully we have put in place what we need to accelerate development in this country and achieve the ambitious targets we have set for ourselves of 10-fold growth. Government has very ambitious targets that over the next plan period, we should be accelerating efforts to achieve 10-fold growth. So, GROW is coming in as a catalyst in terms of helping us reposition women. The figures from our census, all the surveys done, confirm that women are the majority, and that unless we deliberately invest in them as a country, if we don't, the cost is going to be higher. The pace at which we move as a country will be slower. So GROW is one of those interventions that facilitate inclusion, particularly in the financial sector. Secondly, I wanted to, one of the people who appreciates greatly what is done at this particular location, Motiv. Because even when I had just joined the ministry about 4 years ago, one of the places I visited first was this place as an innovation hub for young people in all disciplines. The amount of work that was being done here was very impressive. And I'm happy that this innovation is taking place at this particular facility. I'm also happy that Motiv has also been selected under GROW as one of our common user facilities where it will be possible to provide support services to women and also young people in innovation under the gender inclusive infrastructure. So the choice of this Expo being hosted by Motiv, I think is something that I would like to appreciate. But as we come to the close of the Gender Inclusive Financing Innovation Expo, allow me to extend my deepest appreciation to each one of you for your active participation, for your insights, and your commitment over these 2 days. Over the course of this Expo, we've had the privilege to witness the power of ideas, collaboration, and innovation in addressing one of the most persistent barriers to women economic empowerment, and that is access to finance. Through the plenary sessions, the technical discussions, the fireside chats, and breakout engagements, you have unpacked the realities, you have interrogated the challenges, and importantly, spotlighted solutions that are beginning to transform the financing landscape for women entrepreneurs in Uganda. you've heard from financial institutions that are re-imaging their internal systems to become more gender responsive. And this is a journey that we have started on. And I don't think whatever gains we will achieve can be easily reversed. I think going into the future, you can expect the financing or the financial institutions playing a more gender responsive role in terms of the services that they offer. We explored innovations in non-collateral lending. And I think this is an area where we need to put a lot of emphasis, because I'm sure from the experience of the beneficiaries of GROW and where many of us sit, you must have heard the cries of many potential borrowers under GROW and under various products that these institutions may have put out on offer, that the biggest impediment many of them have is security, is collateral. And this discussion and subsequent ones, I think, should address this particular area. I know that under URSB, as part of their services, they offer registration services to assure lending institutions that beyond collateral and security that is normally required, even movable property and others that can be registered can serve to assure the lenders that funds given out will be recovered. And I think we need to engage more with URSB and others that are promoting these alternatives. Alternative credit scoring, I got in when we were talking about Islamic financing and non-bank financing models. We have seen how technology, data, and partnerships are opening up new pathways for women to access and benefit from finance. And we have been inspired by the voices of women entrepreneurs who remind us of the human face or faces behind these policies and innovations. This Expo has not just been a platform to talk, it has been a call to action. And as the ministry responsible for labor, for gender, labor, and social development, we are proud to lead the GROW project and through it to catalyze inclusive financing through the GROW financing facility. There are also innovation grants and the soon-to-be launched Women Entrepreneurship Financing Learning Lab. These tools are not ends in themselves, but are simply building blocks towards a more equitable financial ecosystem, one where women entrepreneurs thrive and not just survive. And I hope we will be able to continue with this kind of arrangement beyond even the GROW project period. Now, I was looking at, and I was reminded when Sarah was talking about the women who are youth, or the female youth, who had a lot also to showcase here. And it reminded me on the focus we have been or should be placing on youth entrepreneurs, on the female youth especially. The opportunity that we have with the female youth is massive. If we organized better, the number of reforms that government is already putting in place, and Some of these are in the procurement space, where space has been created for special interest groups, women and youth. The law has been amended to encourage participation in the bidding process in supplying government, participation from registered, and I need to underline that word, registered, which is one of the objectives of GROW, to make sure we are not only providing credit to female entrepreneurs, but we're also helping them have their businesses transition from the informal to the formal. And once they are registered, they can compete for business in government. At the local government level, there's a threshold. At the central government level, women or youth businesses have funding that is already earmarked for those kind of businesses. Now, the challenge there is that either men are not aware or a good number are not registered. And as a result, government spends the biggest percentage of its budget on procurement. Now, if we have, through GROW, we are capacitating the women or the female entrepreneurs with the resources they need, their enterprises ultimately grow to a point that they are registered. The opportunities are immense that are available to them. So what we need to do is to continuously do more work, more mobilization of the women in their entirety, but with a special focus on the youth. Because our demographics also tell us that the bigger percentage of the population of this country are young people, 18 or below 30 years of age. The population of Uganda is accounted for by 73.5% young people. 73.5% of the population of this country are young people. So even as we look out for the women in business, as we capacitate them, I think we should now engage an extra year in mobilizing the young people, in mobilizing the youth, because the opportunities that are available are quite many. And whichever way you look at it, GROW has only, and His Excellency the President was explaining this the other day. If you compare GROW, the funding under GROW, $217 million, that is close to about 900 billion Uganda shillings for the entire period of GROW. GROW ends in December 2027. But alongside GROW, government has already started injecting money into the parishes, all parishes in this country, equitably, 100 million per year, billion per year per parish. And cumulatively, year one, 100 is injected in there. Year two, another 100 billion is injected in there. Year three, which we are going into, of PDM, another 100 billion will be injected. So in a single parish in this country, by the third year, each parish will have 300 billion Uganda shillings, accessible by the population within that parish, or those who can use that money to improve productivity or production and productivity. I was comparing this with the total package we have put out under GROW. For lending, the loan component has 50 million US dollars, translating into 186 billion Uganda shillings up to 2027. The grant is 16 million US dollars, translating into 60 billion. Under innovation, we have 7 million, translating into 26 billion. Altogether, between now and 2027, under GROW, money that will be directly accessed either as loans, as grants, under innovation, will be 272 billion. But in each parish in this country, I've told you that in the same 3 years, each parish has 300 billion Uganda shillings. The demographics are telling us the young people are the majority in each parish. The female are the majority in each parish. So GROW is only serving a complementary role and as a catalyst. As we help the women reawaken, rediscover themselves, the young people, the money is already available. So even those who are saying GROW money is not enough, they are not able to access it, in every parish in this country, for now, 200 billion is available. So what is the problem with people? Huh? What we need to do now is to leverage interventions such as GROW to enhance, to raise awareness. And for these people, the target group, to rediscover themselves and get down to work. The issue now is no longer a problem of credit. Actually, what the financial institutions would be complaining about, which again is negated by the evidence that we have. The financial institutions would be complaining that government is putting out a lot of free money there, like under PDM, rendering their products less competitive. That is what the financial institutions would be complaining about. So, on our part, I think the stage is already set. We should move our population, the women especially, the youth, to take advantage of these opportunities to get down to work. There will be no free money. There will be no money for people who are not ready to work. There are a lot of complaints you keep on hearing here and there. We are not accessing this money. Yes, the GROW money is there. The GROW money is for those who want it for work, because you will be required to pay it back. PDM money has been made available in all parishes. It should be used for work, because all these are revolving funds. So like somebody said one time, the Pan-Africanists have a slogan or a motto which says, don't agonize. Simply do what? Organize. So for us, we are now at a stage where we should go out and start organizing our people. Organize the women, organize the youth, in order that at the end of the day, we position them centrally in the economy of this country, and they take advantage of the opportunities that are available. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express our appreciation to our co-hosts, the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, our technical partner, the World Bank, and to all the financial institutions, fintech innovators, civil society leaders, and policy experts who made this event a success. As we live here today, let's remember, innovation does not end in these conference rooms. The real work begins when we return to our institutions armed with new insights and the resolve to do things differently. Let's take forward what we've learned. Let's turn ideas into pilots, and that's why I said the choice of Motiv was an excellent one. Here they incubate ideas, and those ideas are transformed into what ultimately generates value. Let's scale what is working, and let's continue to listen to the voices of women every day who are building this country's economic future. But I was deliberate. When I talk of the women, I want to talk of the youth as well. Because if we look at the two, even if we didn't look at the youth in their entirety and looked at the female youth, so that they also know. Because there is a tendency for some of our young people to think that when you are talking about women, you are not addressing yourself to the youth. As I've told you, the opportunities that are available are really opportunities mainly for the young people, for the youth, especially who are female in the case of GROW. Together, I want us to commit to making gender-inclusive finance not just a possibility, but a priority. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me and wish you every success in the aftermath of this innovation. I say this for God and my country.
Ladies and gentlemen, we deserve to give our permanent secretary a bigger round of applause. I don't remember any GROW event that has happened from the beginning where I haven't seen the permanent secretary. I know how busy they can be with their schedules, but he is always at each and every event. And Mr. Agre, we do thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you. And actually, you're a doctor, even in as much as National Council gave us some particular. The doctor title will still be able to use them. But I want to thank him so very much for that time. The same way, that entire table, the way it is, they will always stay. And sometimes I'm thinking, I know how busy your schedules are, but I am wondering how you manage to balance up. That shows just how much committed the team is, that it's not just any other job, it's not just any other responsibility that they've been able to take on, but it's something that they're definitely passionate about. And I want to say a special thank you to everyone who is seated on that table there with the PS. And for Serena, always hands-on, always hands-on. And I want to invite you back, actually, to come for the presentation of the World Bank's comprehensive approach to empowering women entrepreneurs. Let's take that deep dive before we can have our breakout session and lunch thereafter. So let me invite once again Serena Kaviki to come and take us through the World Bank's approach to comprehensive women empowerment for women entrepreneurs here before she says bye-bye to the PS. And for us here, I know our afternoon is not going to be as packed as we had expected because we moved a few things that should have been in the afternoon here. So we'll have more time for the Friday. You can see the setup outside as you go for lunch. I also want to remind you, please, 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 let's pass by the exhibition hall. Lots of ideas, but also pick up some products. Let's empower these women. Let's push them and also motivate them. Serena, welcome. Let's give Serena another round of applause.
So this is going to be a short one, a fast one and a short one. While PS is leaving the premise, but I think they're going out for a few pictures, and he's going to go and see the Expo. So, but I want to hope that you guys will stay here because we have another fireside chat, if we can call it that way. But this is really a World Bank Group homegrown session. One of the things we've been trying to do is, find collaboration and partnership, and many times we realize that, collaboration within our own organization, which is comprised of 5 agencies, the World Bank Group has 5 agencies within it, sometimes we miss really to talk within our own house. So the idea was, is that right? The idea is, I'm glad Mamateo concur with me. So the idea for this session was to have a chat with a couple of experts from the World Bank. We have Madame Wendy, please, would you like to join us here? Wendy works for IFC, the International Finance Corporation in Nairobi, and I will give her a chance to fully introduce herself. She flew in this morning and she's flying away again in like 30 minutes. So thank you very much for making the effort. And then we also have our colleague Shri, whom you should have met yesterday. She's an economist, but also, of course, really deep down into both gender and also impact evaluation. And she's one of our team member in the GROW project team. And then we have a couple of other colleagues from the World Bank. We have Christabel, who's our co-TTL in the bank, and Diana, who also works with Shri in impact evaluation. So the idea. And my colleague Christabel also brings into the project the idea and the part that is connected to the social protection angle, which the bank also tries to include in this type of initiatives. So without much further ado, we only have literally 30 minutes, so 15:15. I don't want to ask questions this time. I'm very much liking that, PS also referred 3 times to post-GROW, which means also we are here, or the GROW story is here to continue to stay. But really, what is the experience for IFC and gender? And please, Wendy, let us know a bit more of who you are. And then also, Sri works in other countries, in and on other countries, including in East Africa. So she will bring us some example from a neighboring country. Over to Wendy, you want to go first?
Thank you so much, Serena. Just as a way of introduction, I am a gender specialist and I support the East and Southern Africa region in gender integration at the IFC. Okay. So let me start by first of all talking about our strategic outlook in terms of how we engage in gender. And we have about 5 anchor points that really drive our approach. And one of them, which has been a core conversation over the past 2 days, is accelerating financial inclusion. So we really work in our investment teams and our advisory to see how we can best accelerate financial inclusion. The second thing that we do is really also just working with private sector to make supply chains more inclusive. So how do we, leverage private sector efforts to expand opportunities for women entrepreneurs around supply chains? And then the third is around employment and leadership. Again, working with private sector to do that. We are also very much interested in bridging the digital divide, potentially leveraging it to reduce gender gaps. And then the 5th is around accelerating inclusive and gender-smart climate action. Not forgetting, some of the key barriers such as gender-based violence, which is cross-cutting for women in the employment space as well as in the entrepreneurship space. Now, how do we engage private sector? We promote gender equality through 5 company stakeholder groups. And the first I've alluded to is, promoting women as leaders. We put women in the leadership, space. We work with companies to actually get women to be in that decision-making table, because we know there's a very strong business case for gender diversity in leadership. So that means, improving financial performance, improving shareholder value, customer satisfaction, as well as rising investor confidence. So a lot of our work is really also around driving what's the business case. We don't just argue for women sitting in the decision-making space, but we look at also how do we work with companies to leverage data to strengthen the business case for putting women in decision-making spaces. And we do a couple of things with these companies. One is we build their capacity. We help them to strengthen their policy and practice. We train these women both on technical and soft skills so that when they get to be on the decision-making table, they actually provide value in those spaces. The other stakeholder group that I'd like to talk about is women as employees. That I've not had a conversation about women as employees over the period that I've been here, but it's also something that we tend to address over at the IFC. Women's participation, labor force participation is really quite low, especially in this region, in the Africa region. 27%, which is quite low, compared to men. And this low labor force participation is contributed by a couple of things. One is around just the legal and the enabling environment. The other is about, women having more share of care work, gender-based violence, the lack of affordable transportation, and all these factors confluence to really contribute to women's lower participation in the labor force. And we work with companies as IFC to just identify opportunities and strategies that can help them to be able to improve women's labor force participation. Because by just closing these gaps, then we are, supporting to provide, better and more jobs, better, company culture, productivity, and equal pay for equal work. The other stakeholder group that is very interesting for this group particularly is women as entrepreneurs. And we know that women, in as much as they are, they participate more in the entrepreneur space, they tend to be represented disproportionately among the micro, small scale and informal business owners. So they have very specific barriers that prevent them from starting and expanding their businesses. And a lot of the conversations that we've had here today is also really about how do we unlock opportunities for women in the small spaces to expand and scale up. And one of the things that we do with IFC is really also to carve out funding for these women. So when we work with our financial institutions or financial intermediaries and we invest in a financial institution, then we request that these financial institutions also just carve out money that specifically targets these women. The other thing that we do is also to try and build the capacity of these women themselves so that they also become what we call bankable or bank ready, and they're able to consume these products in a way that speaks to them. We also do provide capacity building for financial institutions. And what we do with financial institutions is we try and work with them to apply gender intelligence to develop their financial products, to develop their services so that they actually do meet the needs and preferences of these women. I think one thing that came out clearly in this room in the morning session that we had was also just, are we really listening to these women? Are we providing the right financial services that get to meet them? And one of the things that is really also just emerging is how can we, and I think Mama Teo is the one who mentioned this, how can we reimagine our collateral lending and what collateral looks like? And we're exploring different things such as AI to be able to find alternative models to provide women, as collateral for women. The other stakeholder that we haven't spoken about largely, and I think Mama Teo mentioned it in her statistics, is women as consumers. We rarely think of women as customers. And one of the things that we try to do at IFC is work with our different institutions to try and see women as customers, to try and create products that really meet the needs and preferences of women as consumers. And there's a strong business case for it in terms of how it increases your market share, and how you're able to expand, get better customer segmentation, better responsiveness, and just enhance a company's ability to serve women even better. The last group that I'd like to mention is also just women as stakeholders, because our interventions are not devoid of a context. So we as IFC think of our interventions in terms of what does it translate to in the community, who gets to benefit and who gets not to benefit. So we really try to bring in the community's voices in our investments and in our advisory so that we ensure that benefit is shared equally and that both men and women get good benefits. And I'd like to mention a practical example of some of the programs that we've applied, and one of those is the Kakuma Kalobei Challenge Fund that was implemented in the Kakuma Refugee Center in Kenya. And we structured this program in a very interesting way. The first thing that we did was to really bring about public-private partnership. So we brought in different partnerships that helped us to design how we can create a socio-economic inclusive funds that meets the needs of refugees and host committees. And we structured the program in a way that we would give business grants competition and award about $100,000 to $750,000 to competitive businesses. So the idea here was really to try and catalyze this refugee space, catalyze private sector crowding, financing to promote women's businesses. And then we focused on women and youth because you can imagine the intersection of a woman, a refugee, a young woman, and the kind of barriers that face them. So without that intentional targeting, they get to be missed out in programs like this. So some of the impact that we've seen in such a program is, we've found that with IFC coming into that space, we got better support for businesses. We improved the investment climate as well as the advisory. We provided hands-on support in that specific projects. Let me just pause there in terms of what we do at IFC. I think I've spoken a lot, and then I can interject as we move along.
Thank you, Wendy. This is very rich. I think you just got yourself a seat on the innovation lab structure. So thank you, right? And I think Mamateo also left a dent or multiple dents and marks following this morning presentation. So very good to see this flowing. Now, I wanted to bring in Shri in our conversation, who's a grow lover, but also has had experiences in other countries, in other regions. But I wanted to see if she can bring in the case of Ethiopia. And over to you, Shri, and thanks again for being here with us.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I wear the hat of a World Banker, of course, but I'm also a researcher. So we're always looking at the impact. And as I'm representing the World Bank, I just wanted to give you a little bit of a history of entrepreneurship and women's entrepreneurship with the bank. And I've been at the World Bank for 10 years. It hasn't been long that the World Bank's been talking about gender in particular and women entrepreneurs. So we're always learning and figuring out the next step. So if I start from, in 2012, the World Development Report had a focus on gender. And at that point, when we're thinking about, especially sub-Saharan Africa, that's the only region in the world where women are just as likely as men to be entrepreneurs. Like when you come to somewhere like Motiv, you get really inspired because there's a lot of entrepreneurship in this country as well as this region. And women, that's usually the opportunity they had. And Wendy talked about the micro-entrepreneurs. And that's sort of where the World Bank started with the sort of micro-sized, if you're thinking of social protection, we thought of cash grants and microfinance loans to get women included in the finance. So in order to get access to finance, and a lot of the time you close the gender gap in terms of getting women these microfinance loans. And the microfinance loans were, maximum $1,000. So a lot of the evidence came out that actually these microfinance loans weren't having the impact on allowing women to grow their business. So in the last 10 years, there's been a bit of a shift in thinking lending to women is not just about gender equity. There's so much potential with growth in the country. And Wendy talked about women also employ other women in their businesses. So there's a knock-on effect. So when you're thinking about the new programs that have come out on women entrepreneurship, they're talking about addressing the missing middle. When they say missing middle, they're saying that sort of the MFIs catered to the microfinance, sort of small size loans. The commercial banks are giving out loans over $50,000, but what about all the people in the middle? So programs like GROW, another program I have worked on for the last decade called the Women Entrepreneurship Development Project, WEDEP, in Ethiopia, very similar to GROW. When we think about tackling gender at the bank, we're thinking about all the constraints that women might face. It's not just finance. Maybe there's a skills gap. Maybe there's networks that you need to think about. Maybe it's access to markets. Maybe it's social norms. So we think about the enabling environment as well. So we're thinking of all the constraints. And when these projects come about, they're really designed to tackle as many constraints as they can. So, for example, GROW is not just about the finance portion. You've also got the business development services. You've got a business plan competition. So if I give you the example of WEDEP in Ethiopia, 10 years ago it started where a line of credit was offered through the National Bank of Ethiopia to around 6 MFIs. And over 10 years, that grew to around 21 MFIs. And these microfinance institutions, they had a lack of liquidity, so they didn't have enough money to lend out. And these loans were about $10,000. And this is brought in sort of this, tackling directly into this missing middle, a loan of $10,000 and how that can really allow a woman entrepreneur to grow. And it was dedicated just to women. And that's really changed the landscape of lending to women in Ethiopia. And actually, in the last 5 years, you'll hear programs like WeFi, the Women Entrepreneurship Finance Initiative, IFWE, all the same acronyms, but all of it is to support women in the finance space and the training space. And the example of WEDEP, so the line of credit was offered to these MFIs. And in the last 5 years, then we talked about innovations. At the beginning, the innovation was like the MFIs had their own status quo of doing things. Collateral was required for these loans of $10,000. But then we think about, okay, a lot of women are going to be left out of borrowing because of that. So then they introduced transport and sort of more flexible collateral as part of the WEDEP project to encourage more lending. Then we started talking about these innovations through IFWE, which was, we basically were asked to pilot different innovations that can tackle the collateral constraint, different problems with skills, and we were able to show that, for example, we've talked about psychometrics, multiple times. Using psychometrics we showed that when you offer these kind of uncollateralized loans through psychometric tools, women were more likely to be able to borrow through this tool, but they were also more likely to survive over the COVID pandemic. So we're demonstrating certain things with these tools and to the financial institution that women repay their loan at the same rate through these tools as well as through sort of kind of physical collateral. So where we've come from the beginning, where it's been more about sort of the micro, the value of lending to sort of the more SME level women has come about as really an investment case. And there's multiple projects across sub-Saharan Africa, and you'll see different kind of new things being added continuously. You find that, okay, in this project, we've learned that soft skills are very, very important for women. Mindset-oriented trainings have shown more impact than the sort of traditional business training that teaches you sort of accounting or sort of inventory. So we've demonstrated that. So a lot of projects in the last few years have made sure that mindset-oriented training is part of the programming. So when we're designing things as we go on, we're always learning from the previous thing. And I just want to remind us that it hasn't been long that we've been talking about gender at the bank, hasn't been too long that we've been talking about women entrepreneurs. And so this first iteration of GROW, we're not going to get everything right. And that's why we all wanted to come to this expo, to make sure that we're all having this conversation early on. There are going to be complaints, and there are going to be people, the collateral is still a constraint that a lot of women are going to face. So let's talk about what else can we do. And so that's what we've been doing at the World Bank, is really supporting programs to iterate and make sure that we're really supporting the constraints that women face. Thanks.
Thank you. That's very good and help us, right? Yes. But the good news, Mama Teo, is that Shree's been working with us from the beginning of Grow, and she will continue, and she'll be part of us. So you'll see them more often. And Wendy's only 45 minutes away, so they will be joining us in this adventure. Thank you for taking the time for coming. I know that probably there's a lot of people with a lot of questions, but I think this session has no question and answers. And I can smell delicious food being prepared and delivered on the other side. So thank you again. I wanted to say, where is Mildred? Mildred, I can take your 1 minute of fame. Good. So we will go into lunch, and then we are having a few changes, a little bit of changes in the menu for the afternoon. But please stay with us, and we are going to have some very good session and interactions also on how do you think the lab should be, on what should be in the buckets for the lab. And then tonight we are having a band. So it'll be it will be a nice day, and we hope you stay with us throughout. Thank you.
We're going to have lunch. Like I said earlier, that we needed to switch up a few things, and then we will pack up a little bit of the afternoon, and we'll be ready to finish on time. So later on, our moderators will have to move it. We have to be catching a flight. So I'm going to request the ushers, the team from Collaborate, to quickly issue out the coupons. Today we are right on time, so exactly because it's 3 minutes to 1. So at exactly 2 p.m. we should be back to start our afternoon session. The ushers will be taking us to the and then we'll be taking us to lunch. Let's have lunch in 1 hour max, and then we'll be back at 2 p.m. and have our 2 sessions that we left with. Please, once again, during this lunch break, as we just finished up, pass by the exhibition site, and grab a few items. Get to encourage them. Also, we have a content tomorrow is a Saturday.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
celebrated a decade of empowering women.
Hello.
we're just wrapping up a few, and in the next about 3-4 minutes, I will have Drew come through to we'll try and do a kind of a brainstorm on thinking about the lab. What sort of ideas would we want to be having? What sort of themes would be able to work for the lab? And we want to do this in a way that is more interactive, and we are working towards that and putting up our boards and engaging you. So we're going to do it in our feet. If the weather outside was more kind and more calm and cool, we would have done it outside because we love to do it outside. But we made
Recording stopped.
Shana you go cry to all again for the night. Fitness. If I broke my business, I'm a shana you go cry to all again for the night. Fitness. If I broke my business, I'm a shana Abashana you go fly to. Fall again for the night. Happiness. If a problem a business, Abashana you go fly to. Fall again for the night.
For taking off some minutes, but there are just a few things that we were trying to put together so we can be able to have it as fast as possible. And also beside, we'll have the 2 breakout sessions that we were supposed to have concurrently. So we'll maximize all the time, utilize it all before we get to our band and also have our cocktail. Hoping that we can have some karaoke so we can put some people to start singing and open up the voices a little bit as well. And we see some talent. I think Serena should be able to buy this. And we get, Serena, you're out. Terms and conditions apply. You will not. You'll be the judge, probably. I'm trying to bribe you to get some gifts for, probably we could get winners for the karaoke and do that. So we're going to go for our very first one, but I will just ask everyone to stand up. Yeah, we've been seated immediately after lunch. We all got to sit down and, yeah. I want us to write our names in the air. That's a simple thing that we're going to do before Drew comes to get us into another energetic session. If you're not eating, kindly, if you could just stand up and we stretch a little bit. Okay, so I am just going to kindly ask you to tell me your...
Recording in progress.
I know we all have names, but you're like, my name is so-and-so, ABC, but I love to be called B. So you're just going to mention that name by which you would love to be called. Just one single name. Don't give me an entire song of your name. Some of you have an entire song, like a line of names. Please don't. Just one name. 1, 2, 3, you just mention your name. So I'll say Mildred. That's it. 1, 2, 3, Mildred. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Meanwhile, Serena loves to have people who share the name. Serena, you have a namesake in here. I don't know if you knew. So just step out of the table and get some space, and let's hold our waist. And put the phones down here. I wish I could have the little baby come to help me with this one. It would be really, really nice. Come, let's do this. Yeah. I have a helper here. Yeah. So we're going to hold our waist, and you're going to write your name using your waist. So if it's A, so whichever name that is, we want to see who has the longest name. I know that people are just going to do this. I don't know which letter that is. So let's go. 1, 2, 3. Let's write our name. But sincerely, let's stop cheating. Which letter is this? Every other time I'm seeing some other people do this. Let's go again, just one more time. 1, 2, 3, let's write our names. But madam, your name is long. Okay, thank you so much, sweetheart. You can go back. But no, we need to know your name. Come back. We needed to know. Come, sweetheart. We'll use this one. You tell us your name.
The whole name or the full name?
Tell me the full name.
Kunda Angel Kutamba.
And which name did you write using your waist? Kutamba. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Angel. Now, for some people, if your name has 3 letters or 10 letters and they're the same, some of you, your names don't have vowels. I don't know how you manage to mention your names without vowels. But we can get seated so I can invite Drew. We're ready to have you on what the lab will look like. And I know this is also going to be quite interactive, and we will enjoy it as well. Thank you. Let's welcome Drew with a round of applause.
You all just made a big assumption that you were allowed to sit back down. And that will not be a correct assumption. Thanks for hanging in there. Hopefully everybody's had their meal and is ready to move into the next part of this. We're going to do, the afternoon is going to be a bit different than what you saw on the original agenda. All of it are the same pieces. They're just going to be pieced together differently. So it's a puzzle that was broken up and it's being rebuilt again, which is the whole nature of a lab. So you're living a real-time example of what we openly hope can happen here. Let me give you, again, some context of all this. You've heard a lot of presentations over the last couple of days. Some resonate, some raise questions, some invite you to start thinking differently, whatever they've done. But what we're principally about here is change does not happen in a 2-day event. Change doesn't even happen over a few months. It takes a lot of work to do some things. And let me ask, let's try this. How many people think we need to do change for gender access to finance? Raise your hand. Pretty universal? Okay, so if we all believe that, we know it takes a lot of money. Okay, here's the second one. Who's been trying for at least a year to make it different? At least a year. 5 years? 10 years? Yeah, the hands don't change that much for a lot of you. You've been at it for a long time. So it is easy to assume the change is going to happen because we say it, but we all know that actually in putting it from the concept of lots of big capital from a pension fund or from all these big, the government, whoever, or World Bank, getting it down to a woman that's sitting in a rural community trying to build a business is just a really difficult thing. I mean, it's no different than trying to navigate a road that hasn't been paved, right? You're going to hit the same potholes, the same bumps. What we've got to figure out are mechanisms to get through it. So what the lab is really about is how do we keep sharing knowledge? How do we proactively address the problems? And how do we proactively, collectively, and individually at our own organizations start taking on change as an action rather than a series of words or white papers? So the lab is really fundamentally about that, which means people have to be engaged in it. So what we're going to do is just go through a few things about the concept of the lab. And this is being birthed. So you are now at the birthing room, I guess, of this concept, We've talked a bit about it with the World Bank and with some other stakeholders early, but we're really now starting to move towards using these conversations the last couple of days, the sense of urgency that I think we all feel, and what you're starting to hear, and then we'll have some breakout sessions after this. So we're gonna go through the lab. Now about the breakout sessions, we're gonna consolidate them down a little bit because we're now into the afternoon. They're gonna go sequentially, and before we leave the room here, I'll lay out the original agendas, which you have in your brochures, but I'm just gonna put them back up there and remind you, and we'll have one breakout session for 45 minutes, and there'll be 3 at the same time first, and then we'll end that, and 5 minutes later, we'll start the next breakout session, and that will be again for 45 minutes, and they'll all stay over there. So you're not once we leave here, you're gonna stay over by where the breakout sessions were yesterday for those that went over to the other building. So let me now go into a little bit about the concept behind the, so the Learning Lab started with some basic questions or concerns, which are just very practical issues, staying away from high terms right now. Women lack collateral and banks demand collateral. Kind of a mismatch right from there, but we keep just dressing around this and not addressing it. We have to find solutions. What are they? So that's one of the things that'll be a challenge to the lab. What could be those? And yesterday you heard about non-collateral-based financings. Later today you're going to hear about revenue-based financing, which is another alternative to looking at how you look at it. You heard about alternative credit risks. How do we start bringing them forefront? The typical woman, even if she could get financing, is paying a premium higher than most male entrepreneurs are paying. In my banking parlance, we call it 500 basis points. Because they're perceived as a higher risk, they're being charged a higher interest rate. We fundamentally, that's just a misperception, but we need data to change that, to prove that indeed women are good borrowers. And so where that data comes in, and then banks and other players can start pricing their loans at a more reasonable price. But we need to help people understand that that is not the reality and things. And even then, when we meet with a lot of the financial institutions, as well-intended as they are, many of them don't really have a well-built out internal team dedicated to women entrepreneurs as a business line. Fundamentally, what we're talking about, if we want system change, is we need financing women entrepreneurs as a business line at a bank, where you are promoted for being successful in that, not demoted by being put into it, which frankly is almost what seems to happen to some people, is you're stuck over there because they don't really care about it as a business line. We care about it as a social program. How do we make it become something that's credible for the entrepreneur to access, but is reasonable for the financial institution to make it something they care about? And the other thing I think you're hearing consistently, in any woman or anybody that has worked with a woman as she's starting, or anybody that's starting a business, they need support. But they need support that they need, not one that some teacher tells them that is in the school book. They really need to have practical, very real life support in whatever. And it could be mentoring, it could be very technical about how to operate a machinery that is in their new plant that they've just been financed for. It could be many different things. How do you handle logistics when they don't go well? How do you do a marketing plan? How do you use technology to your benefit? Very practical questions. But we have to link it explicitly to the financing, because if they're done separately, again, it's just like having a course done in one semester and then taking a different course the next semester and trying to time, you kind of forget what you did before. So how do we make them real time? And so really, this whole thing is about trying to address these. By the way, I'm sure if I ask you to raise hands and so do you have other ideas or other concerns, this list could get longer and longer and longer. So this is just the tip of the iceberg of some of the challenges, but some of the most known challenges. So what we've got to start addressing is these kinds of things, but we don't do them in a vacuum. We don't do them in academia per se. Certainly we can be educated for, but it really is about this kind of framework where people are coming together somehow to share knowledge and things. So basically what we're looking at is, and Theopista, if you're still here, you were asked a very good question today. Well, what's an objective of a lab? I think when Serena asked it. So it was a perfectly right question. So it is about, and I know these sound like some words we could break it down, it's about systemic change. We have to change the system or we stay where we are, which is just dealing with pieces and pieces that won't hold together. And it is about, and I'm careful about the word innovation. Most innovation is a mild adaptation from something that's been working elsewhere that just needs to be tweaked for the appropriate thing. So it isn't about new new technologies per se, well, though technology can play a role in certain cases, it is really about a lot of just adapting it to the realities of the situation. How does it happen? It happens through peer learning, just people talking to each other, saying, this worked for me, this didn't work for me. I heard somebody else try that, let's try this. It's how we all really learn in life, but we fail to use it in these kind of situations as much. And it is about shared learning. And I think you heard Thiaba this morning talking about how important it has been for her as a emerging asset manager for women investing to talk to other women investors. She has learned, and I've watched her do it. It's been amazing to see her own progression in her own organizations just by talking to other people. I'm cautious about the term best practice because that assumes once we figure it out, we've always figured it out. Well, I would rather call these better practices and always improving practices, but we certainly need better practices out there. And we heard some yesterday, you're gonna hear some more today of people doing some interesting practices that are not widely adapted, they're not widely understood. So again, today we'll be hearing a little bit about them, and then how do we start putting them into practice? Very specifically and very selfishly, and I hope Serena, I might get fired for making this statement, but you're all here to tell Serena, this is what we need, and here's some ideas on how to get there. It makes her life a lot better, but it allows her to also go to the government as a partner and say, we do need to make systemic change here, and we need to work together, and here's what the market's telling it from where they are and what they see as the needs, what we need to start doing together. So hopefully the GROW program will grow with your insights as it goes forward from here. Very fancy term in the economics world and banking world, information asymmetry, which basically means the people that are running the banks and running the government agencies that track data, they're not getting the right data. They're not looking at the data as it should be looked because we're not getting it to them. So they're thinking women are bad borrowers because the numbers say they don't perform or whatever. A very common statistic I hear in agri-refinance, which many women are involved in, is it is a super high risk area. Well, you know what? If you base your lending based on collateral, not on whether somebody knows how to grow a crop and sell it for a profit, then you're going to lose money. The problem with a lot of our collateral-based lending is it is inherently flawed, and it's going to cause higher default rates because you're not asking them or training people to be better business people. You're just making sure they have something secured. And when you go to take collateral, you usually lose money as a lender. So of course, statistics are going to say you have poor. So that's a gap in the information asymmetry. I can get very technical. I'll stop there. But that's just it. We need better. The evaluation impact for me, and I hope my colleagues from the Gender Innovation Lab take me okay on this. I look at a very simple thing: is what matters? What is really making a difference in the world? We can call all fancy things. We have impact frameworks and all this, but it's ultimately, are we changing women's lives? And how are we measuring that? Just simply saying we gave a woman a job, that's nice. But is it a job that's going to take them somewhere? Is it a job they care about? Is it a job that really they have a sense of self-worth with? Those are the things we need to also start looking at, not just simply did we get 5 more jobs out there. Because it could be poor-paying jobs, or they could be jobs that disappear a week later. So again, we really need to have what matters is the data in driving it. And all of this, ultimately, and therefore I am the perfect person to represent how far we need to go. I should not be the person in the front of this room. We need the platform and the leadership from the women. So I apologize, I'm doing it. Do take it in the spirit of, I hope I get myself fired by the fact that there's a better woman up here the next time we have this than me doing this discussion. Framework and the objective of what we're trying to achieve with the lab. I'm gonna continue to move very quickly from here. I only putting this up here because people are always like, well, what's a lab? It is an online platform, is it this? It's a bit of everything, and we're gonna still construct it, but I'm just putting this up here as a physical thing. In the sense, there is, number one, is there's gonna be a team that works to bring these things together, brings these ideas together, is to listen to people, collect things, go out and say, hey, we need to do a little research on this based by collective, but they're responding to the marketplace or the people around them. But there will be a mechanism by which this happens. There'll be a center for that. We call it a secretariat or something like that. Immediately with them, we hope, is it puts a lot of technical advisor. And again, technical advisor can be a woman working in a rural community saying, I built my business from A to B. I should be an advisor. I can tell you what it took to get there. It doesn't have to be somebody in academia telling us that. Not that there aren't good research in academia that you want to leverage all of that. So I want to be very careful. They can be somebody from a very practitioner experience or somebody from a very research-oriented. But we want to bring all that together. So that's the twos in here. They'll be here around the system bringing, because they're, again, There's some great things happening in Uganda that need to be exported to other countries. You heard some interesting things from Senegal earlier today about what they're doing differently. And again, you'll hear from some other people that are working in Kenya and other places that are doing some things that should be imported. So how do we share that knowledge again as part of what will happen through these advisory panels? And then, but the core of it is these working groups, is bringing people together like this to have discussions, to say in real time what's mattering, and in real time have a discussion about where we go from here. In the Collaborative for Frontier Finance, we do a lot of research, but we always end that statement with research to inform action, not to just go into a shelf. So all of these working groups should not be coming together they should be coming to share knowledge, but they should end up every conversation saying, so what do we do? And that's really gonna be the core of what the lab is ultimately about, is really getting people to work together. Very simple graphic on the concept, but I wanted to give it a little sense of what we might be talking about. We can get much more specific. And is there an online tool? Sure, there's gonna be all of those things as well, part of it. Okay, so here is your exercise for today. Oh, okay, well, all right, I shouldn't have numbered them, but that's okay. All right, we're gonna now have you all get up, and you're all gonna be handed 5 stickies, and it's gonna follow this. These are some of the ideas that we think the lab could be doing. The first one, convenings like this, workshops, smaller version of this. Knowledge dissemination, things that we've learned. There's some tremendous stuff that Cherie and Dion have done that I wish you guys had seen the research on, that we need to just get out there. And you go, oh wow, okay, they've done their unit has done some really great work in Ethiopia, which we talked a little bit about it, and we'll talk further today. But how do we disseminate and just share knowledge? The third, to my point earlier, online resource and tools. How do I find something about, okay, what is the process for registering my business with a certain government agency? How do we simplify those things? What are the tools for doing that? Peer engagement, again, is very explicitly where we bring people, again, only, not to have somebody sitting in the front of the room, but for people to sit, in a table themselves, having their own discussion, coming up with their own decisions out of it. The fifth, a very important issue, of course, advocacy. How we actually take some of this does require government changes, policy changes, regulatory, other advocacy. Just getting the capital markets to pay attention there, get financial players to pay attention better. Data disaggregation, I think you've heard this term, that many of the financial players couldn't even tell you really whether the woman is the borrower or not. Because again, most of their analysis is against the collateral. So who owns the collateral is actually who they list as the borrower. So again, so they don't even know if they're listed in many cases. That. The seventh is, again, coming back, what are the measurements? And the eighth is having the appropriate evaluation. And there could be other things. So here's what we're gonna ask you all to do. You will see around you, I think they're numbered. They are, okay. The numbers, we're supposed to go to this. Yeah, that's supposed to be 1, 2, okay. We were supposed to have these numbered to match what you'll see around the wall. What we're gonna do is gonna give you 5 stickies, which that are gonna look like these. Whoops, that one fell, so I'll just show you this way, like that. So you have a yellow for number 1, red, pink, 2, green, 3, yellow, gold is 1. Yeah, I had a little trouble with my color coordination here. 4 is kind of a yellowish color, and 5, the blue. What we'd like you to do is, around here are the same ones, and I'm gonna now go back, Chris, if I know how to do this. We'd like you to say, of these, the one that's most important to me is number 7, whatever it is. And 7 now is the 7th one around here, or the letter, I think we will renumber. So it's the 7th one around here. So you would take my gold one and put it up against number 7, because I care about impact evaluation. We would also encourage you should have pens, or if you don't, we have pens to pass around. Write on it anything that matters to you about this, or anything you can offer about it. On it before you, and don't try to write it on the wall, write it in your hand first. So you might want to just take a minute to think about this, and then get up and put them up against there. We also encourage, as you get up there, talk to the people around you as you're doing it, just to share your thoughts of why it matters. But this is really the exercise. By the end of this, what we'll have is a pictorial to say, wow, a lot of people care about this because they all put the gold color against that one. Or very few people care about it, they put it as their number 5, but they still care about it. Or they say it's my 5th, but they wrote on it saying how important or how they think about it. So hopefully it's a fairly simple exercise, but again, what we end up with is it good for us? Then after we finish it, we'll spend 5 minutes going, what's our aha out of it? But also what it helps the government, PSFU, and the World Bank to start saying, in a small group of 40 or 50 experts, this is what they started to tell us that matters. We already have a market feedback. We can already start talking about what drives change because you're putting in real-time votes what matters. So it's an old-fashioned form of doing this. We could have got one of those fancy technology ones where you do it with your cell phone. We're going to do it this way because we can then all see what is up on the wall. So let me just stop here. And what's the question? Oh, and then, I'm sorry. We have the last two over here that are, well, those letters don't match to a number because you might say, I don't care about any of those. What I care about is X. So take, I actually think this was my mistake. We'll find some more stickies, and if we don't, then just write on the thing. But if you think there's something not on this list that matters more to you, then use any of the last two that are on the Catalyzing Innovation panel over here, and just stick it there, and just say, I really think you should be thinking about whatever it is as an important part of it. Does that work? Do people understand it? Can people get up and start doing it? And if there are any questions, you got peers around you to ask. Don't ask me, ask the people around you. And if you all come up with the wrong answer, then I know that I struggled and we have to do it better. No, seriously, give it a try. Over the next 5 minutes, if you could just take your time, get them up on the wall. Again, I encourage you to put whatever comments you might have about this topic, either something your organization has already done or you've done, or you want to add that you could bring to it, or you want to make sure, well, yeah, you're talking about this, but I want to be very clear. I want you to do this within that. Fine. So feel free to put whatever comments on that sticky. And if you don't have a sticky, there should be a whole batch more around. They're in the back corner there. Does anybody missing stickies? Let me ask that. Okay, can you make sure the people have the stickies that don't have them? And I'm hoping either you have a pen or somebody near you has a pen. If not, let us know. We have some spare pens for those that are penless. All right? We can go to music. That's what we should have figured out. We should have had some, see? Madeline. Go for it.
Recording in progress.
Initiating rage process.
prioritized as actions. So I would argue, Drew, the slide before? I would argue it's number 4, which was on the working groups, if that's okay with whoever wrote this. So we put this under the working groups, right? Okay. And then the other one is partnerships, shift in cultures and norms, financial, digital, action-oriented. All right, good. Now the idea is to look for the post that has the most gold, which is a hard one, huh? It's really hard. It's quite even across the board, but I would argue I would argue 6, 2, 1, 2, and 6. 4. Oh yes, 1, 2, 4, and 6 have the most goals, and 1 being the convening and the workshops, 2 being the knowledge and dissemination, 4 being the peer engagement and working groups, and 6 being the data disintegration, disaggregation analytics. There's a point here around 8 was misunderstood. I hope we all understood what 8 was. 8 was, as grow as a project, how do we know that we're heading the right direction? How do you measure success? How do you measure systems change? We've onboarded, they said how many, 6 banks now? How do we know that these banks have actually changed their way of doing business and serving more women, but not just more women, serving women that are in special interest groups, refugees and the like? What is it they're doing that has changed from what they were doing before to serve this segment? So this is more of, are we succeeding? Are we learning? Are we struggling? Are we improving? So this goes without saying that it's almost integrated across the board, but this is why it's extremely important. So what we'll do is we'll probably find a forum where we can share all these ideas again. Share with the forum here, and just, there's some comments as well on the chat, but I don't.
Recording in progress.
used as collateral. So breakout room B will be good for that conversation. And then the emerging tools that bridge growth risk with flexible capital revenue will be C. So let's give it just 2 minutes to have the room emptied as we get to the breakout sessions. They're going to be concurrent, and immediately after that, we will all come back and do just a wrap-up for the day, and then we'll be joining the band and cocktail. So no breakout session here. Make sure that you can create some time, spare some time, and pass by the registration, because we want to really stay with your details and be able to communicate with you once again. So please kindly pass by the registration desk. Thank you.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
My name is Munzir Dale. I'm a professor of electrical engineering and computer science at MIT. The partnership that we
You may know of FlexJobs as a job search website.
Okay, okay. That's me having the worst day ever. But then I saw them.
Like this, right? My name is Samuel Muita.
Without you, Lord, my life is empty. My heart is very heavy. I don't know the way I should go. Boy, it looks like I am lost completely. I hope that you may find me. Keep me, Lord. Place me where I should be. Without you, Lord, my life is empty. My heart is very heavy. I don't know the way I should go. Boy, it looks like I am lost completely. I hope that you may find me. Keep me, Lord. Place me where I should be. Search my heart to the deep end.
From the heart of Uganda to its farthest reaches, Hima Cement is building a legacy of progress.
Sometimes when you know day, she be now you are the call when you know day. And I know for time you need to be show face. Show face.
Calling all traders. Want to compete for thousands of dollars without risking anything? Join XM Demo Competitions. Trade with virtual
My name is Munzir Dale. I'm a professor of electrical engineering and computer science at MIT. The partnership that we have with professional education has allowed us to create a new course that we have designed on no-code, AI, and ML. We have 12 weeks program. In those 12 weeks,
Have you been sitting on a smart business idea and need to get it online? GoDaddy makes it fast and easy with user-friendly.
Like this, right?
introducing ourselves to new ideas, and we're finally coming to an end. I hope if you haven't gotten your cup of tea, please make sure that you do get one. Get your cup of tea, get a snack. But it's going to be enjoyment, right? Enjoyment, party after party, I would say. Because after our tea break, we'll be going outside to have a cocktail. The band is already set. So you don't need to rush, because if you go back home, there is jam. So please stay with us for at least up until 10 p.m. earliest. And then you can go when the
Recording
jam
in
is
progress.
done. Truth be told, you will find jam. So if you want to leave, you will find jam. And you will leave our Itzy and our cocktails and everything else. So please, let's get, the ladies will be giving you the coupons as you go for your tea. And then immediately after that, we will be going out for our cocktail, and we'll be saying bye. But just to say bye the formal way, I would like to have Serena back to just give us a way forward. What next after this conversation? Like I say, this is just the beginning. It is not the end of the conversation, but the beginning of the conversation. Serena, over to you.
Thank you, Mildred, and thanks to everyone and for staying here across the day. So I really wanted to just say two things, maybe three. One, a big thank you to the whole team, to Ruth at PSFU for having supported and spearheaded this event. Second, really, that this is the first step of the Innovation Lab. This was the first Expo, but we will continue to do this. My idea would be, my hope is to do it once a year, perhaps not every time in Kampala. So this is one thing, but as we discuss together, we look together, and we can still see what's on the wall, I think we all have some ideas on how this lab could look like. And so we'll be in touch to see how we continue the journey together, and also to see which other opportunities have come across during the past couple of days. I really wanted to thank the team from PSFU to the Ministry of Gender. I don't know who's still around. And that's it, really. I think there's a lot of connections that have happened. I think my friends from PSFU, Pearl, also you can come in and so I can thank you properly. PSFU, I'm alone here. I don't know if you want to come and say goodbye. No, I just don't want to, I don't want to take the scene. So I'm just saying that this is the first chapter of a longer effort, which is the Innovation Lab, and GROW is really much into it. I think, I really wanted to thank all of you for coming, participating. It's the first one in its kind, at least under our tenure. So, we can do better, we can do more, we'll see. But I think I was in several conversations, even now we couldn't finish talking, we wanted to talk more. So we pull out a screen and everybody put their email in there. So there will be, I'm sure that group will continue to discuss. So that's all really. I don't want to keep us more, because there is band enjoyment. So my partner in crime here, Ruth.
Yeah. I think before we close, I want to say thank you to all the participants that have come. Please clap for yourselves. And all of you that presented, wherever you are, please stand up if you're still around. If you made a presentation today, stand up, please, and we thank you if you're still around. And we will send certificates signed to all the presenters. We're organizing them as a thank you, so that you keep it in your memory that you are part of this very interesting conversation on looking at catalyzing innovation for gender inclusive financing. So we want to thank you. And the banks that are our partners, Stanbic Bank, Centenary Bank, Post Bank, Equity, the banks, the 6 banks, all right? Centenary Bank, please, thank you very much for being part of this. And there are some that we are looking forward to bringing on board. I also want to thank our Vice Chairperson of the board, Ms. Sarah Kajingo. She's been here with us for the 2 days. We really appreciate. And I hope that you can continue being part of the lab. We want think tanks. I know you should be able to give us a lot of support. I want to also thank the team, the core team on the organizing committee. Please, let's see where you are. Rebecca, Sophie, Diana, Lydia, we have Wendy. Where are all of you guys? John, all of you, the team, please. Please come and we have our photo. DJ, put their music for the team. The organizing team. We had our platform. I've not seen John. I don't see. Drew was part of it as well. Let's get a picture. Collaborate team. Motiv. Please come. Let's have a picture. Let's have the one last picture at least. DJ, don't sleep. We are a team, no sleep. Team, no sleep is here. Aha. Yes. Which song are you putting for us? We know, but we don't want the music. We want the music. No.
Want to compete for
music to close here. We want the song to close.
thousands of dollars without risking anything? Join XM demo competitions.
You
Trade
guys.
with
You people, you are funny. Hey, Serena, dance.
Jerusalema, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, zungangishilana. Jerusalema, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, zungangishilana. Dawo yami ayikholana, buso wami awukholana. Ilondoloze, zuhambe nami. Dawo yami ayikholana, buso wami awukholana. Ilondoloze,
okay, let's have the picture. You're so mean. You don't like happy people.
Jerusalema, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, zungangishilana. Jerusalema, ikayalami, ilondoloze,
Okay. Now we need to thank Sinapi and Florence. How do you everybody for the group photo. Everybody in the room. Let's come and have the last group photo. Here, right now, here, and after the photo, we go for the band and cocktail. Everyone, you know when you have a microphone, you have a lot of power. Every single person. Please come. Come. Every single person, please come. Come here and we have the memories. Postbank team, I see you. Please come. Stanbic, please come. Equity team, come. Centenary, come. DFCU, please come. Ugaford, by the way, we are going to launch soon an innovation grant. I don't want to talk more about it, but we will be launching an innovation grant for financial institutions. Soon. Please come and we have the group photo. We have all everybody come. Increase the volume and swim. Follow me, everybody.
Hi, I'm Dana. I'm a filmmaker. Come with me to create an entire movie poster mock-up with the newest AI-powered feature.
So guys, welcome to the band and the cocktail. Let's enjoy ourselves till morning. Till morning. And let's celebrate. Here you are. Just say the president called you.
There's a party going on right here. A celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. gon' celebrate your party with you. Come on now. Celebration. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Celebration. We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on! It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on! It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on! Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A dedication to last throughout the year.